Hello, everyone. We are here at the start of day 2 of the Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifiers number 1, Open Qualifiers. And with me here for a pre-game interview is Maryville's top laner, Niles, fresh off a 2-0 day 1. The top lane king has returned, and Niles, thanks for joining us. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Good to be here. Glad to be back at Maryville and playing with the boys. It's feeling good so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you were previously with Golden Gardens, just went back to Maryville this year. But first off, let's get a short introduction of who you are, because maybe some people haven't been following the NA scene whatsoever here. So, in one sentence, Niles, how would you describe yourself?
The king of collegiate. That's me. And then I'm just the king. And took last year off to play professionally, and decided it wasn't really for me. And back at school, back to reclaim the throne.
Fair enough. The king has returned, as we said. And you mentioned coming back to Maryville University here, back to collegiate. You're hoping to win it all. Is that the only goal you have coming back to collegiate here?
I think it's not the only goal. It's definitely the most important goal is winning collegiate. But back in 2019 and 2020, when I was here playing in the amateur circuit, we took top three both times, playing with all the amateur teams, and we were by far the strongest collegiate program. And I'm definitely looking forward to solidifying Maryville as someone who not only is the best in collegiate, but can compete with the best semi-pro teams and academy teams as well.
Yeah, for sure. And even last year in 2021, without your presence there, Maryville still had a strong presence here in the Proving Ground circuit. So having you back, I'm sure it can only get stronger here. But now, you took a year off of school a little bit. Now that you're back in Maryville, how's life back on campus? I believe you mentioned this is your first week back.
Yeah, first week back at school. Actually just had my first in-person class today. It's been good. It's been a nice balance. I just love being around my teammates doing things non-league related. It's brought a lot of balance to
Mhm.
my life, and that makes me very, very happy. So yeah, I'm feeling great being back at Maryville.
Yeah, touch grass as it were, get
Yeah,
to know your
touch
parents a
grass.
little
Yeah.
bit. But this is a very different Maryville roster that you're coming back to compared to when you're in collegiate. So you're probably
Yeah.
what, the most veteran player on the team right now?
Me and Shady. Yeah, me and Shady.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're coming back, of course, with LCS Academy experience. I'm sure they are looking to you a lot. How's the team dynamic right now?
We're still figuring out the team dynamic because we actually haven't had. We actually went into the first day with 0 scrims, so we haven't played a single
Wow.
scrim together. Yeah, yeah. So we're still figuring out our team dynamic because this group of 5 players hasn't ever played together before. So
Mhm.
we're figuring out, what needs to be communicated, how people communicate, how we play around each other better. Some things need to be said, some things don't need to be said, just all these sort of things, rotations. We're figuring all that out. I think. We learned a lot about each other in the first day, so just looking to build on that going into the second day.
Oh, for sure. And new team, new meta as well. Lots of
Hmm.
changes coming through. But
Oh yeah.
honestly, when I watched your games against Dark Matter and Bay State there, you guys looked really solid. So it's a definitely a really great start. And for you yourself personally now, is you had 2 wins on day 1. You've got another 3 games today. How do you think you've performed so far personally?
I think I played pretty bad the first game. It was pretty funny. I was playing Akshan, and I got so good platform because I didn't realize. So I tried to E, and I collided with his pillar. I collided with the
Yeah.
Q that came with the ground, and then I was like, "Oh goodness!" I didn't even think about that. I was like, "Oh no!" And so that was a big mistake for me. And then that game, I mean, I played okay. The Orn game, I think I played pretty solidly. Just
Mhm.
uh, played weak side. Orn versus Renekton. Orn's supposed to go down a lot of CS, 20, 30 CS, and I was up in CS. So I think I played
Yeah.
really solidly that game. And I think my mid game has been on point the past 2 days in terms of where I need to be on the map and securing objectives for my team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Maryville as a whole looked very in control with the map rotations there, with the map movements,
Yeah.
and touching a little bit on that top side. I mean, you're known as a very dominant top laner, but you're picking up the Ornn here. Is that because of the meta that we're currently seeing, or do you just think in general?
I think Ornn is strong in the meta right now, but it was mostly
Mhm.
because I saw their composition yesterday and they picked LeBlanc as their only AP source. And whenever you're doing that, it's very dangerous if you don't see the entire comp because tanks, you're not going to blow your entire combo on Ornn, right? In a team fight,
Yeah.
you're going to lose the team fight as LeBlanc. So I just saw any tank would have been great in the situation, a Malphite or a Tom Kench or an Ornn. I just felt like playing the Ornn on that day, and yeah, it was just a good pick in the situation.
Yeah, fair enough, right? And in regards to the actual meta right now, What do you think of the meta, especially in the top lane? Because I've heard from some other players, some coaches, they feel like the top lane meta kind of opened up a little bit, that there's a lot of different possibilities, a lot of different champions you can put in there, and feels like a lot of emphasis on more trying to fit your team composition and counter picks. Do you agree?
I think that the champion pool for top lane actually narrowed a lot with the
Okay.
TP changes, because being unable to TP out of lane really hurts some champions. Champions
Hmm.
like Camille are really good at skirmishing, right? And they want to TP bot and they can ult someone, secure a kill, gank them very easily. But other champions like Gangplank or Jace, they don't necessarily like to TP out of their lane. And so being forced to TP back to top lane, the more lane-centric top lane champions are stronger and they're more emphasized. Whereas the champions that want to roam, you can't really play them as well. So I would say that the top lane meta has narrowed a lot with the TP changes.
Okay, interesting, interesting. So, GP, that's your wheelhouse as well. So, looking forward to see if we
Yeah,
start seeing some of that coming
we
through.
haven't gotten desperate enough to bring it out yet, but we'll, we'll see if if we start dropping games, see what happens.
You make it sound like you don't enjoy GP. You just play him for the wins there, the free
uh,
elo.
Winning's fun, you know.
Definitely fair enough there. And going into day two here, you've got three more games, 2-0. You just need one more to secure a spot in the main event. So, of course, every win counts. It gives you points.
Mhm,
But specifically tonight, you guys are going up against 100 Thieves next year. And
mhm.
I'm sure you've heard the hype around that roster, specifically the top lane. One of the most hyped new amateur talents, General Sniper there. What are your thoughts on General Sniper, and how do you feel about the matchup between you and him in the top lane?
I think he's pretty solid on his champions, and I think that he has the potential to be a great player. I think what he needs more than anyone is someone to tell him hard truths, and I don't know if he's getting that right now because he really needs to expand his champ pool. He only plays two champions pretty much, and someone needs to tell him that like he needs to expand his champ pool. And I just hope he's getting that, and I think he'll be one of the great North American tops, but he has a long way to go.
And I'm sure you're prepared to show him some hard truths tonight. And now, so I just can't help but think back I think it was 6 months ago, you did an interview with the Proving Grounds podcast, talking about small champion pools and about the fact that small champ pools don't necessarily limit you if you're really good at picking them into a whole variety of matchups here. Do you think General Sniper quite ready? How much more of a champ pool expansion do you think he's going to need here to deal with you?
I think it's more so learning a mindset shift. So like for me, I was in the same situation that he was in, where I
Mhm.
could only play carries, I can only go forward, right? I can only do this, and adding things like Orin to my champion pool really diversified my playstyle and taught me a lot about my role in the general game as a top laner. I don't have to carry every game, so it, small champion pools can be effective. But what I'm saying is playing different champions actually teaches you more about top lane, so you can apply to every champion. Does that make sense? So
Mhm.
that's what I'm trying to say is that you learn certain things playing Ornn or, just other tanks or bruisers or, yeah.
Definitely. And hey, that's what amateurs for as well, right? You're new, you're learning, and eventually, maybe not this year from the sounds of it, or at least not this split, but maybe he'll come and challenge your throne
Yeah.
there, Niles,
Yeah. I think he definitely has the potential to be, like I said, one of the great North American tops.
for sure. Now, moving beyond just 100 Thieves Knicks as well, there's, of course, the potential that you might be facing off against your former team there, Golden Guardians
Oh
Academy.
yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
I think that'd be really fun. Just it's also funny because Tony Top is their top
Yep.
laner, and I was just playing. I always had sort of like a rivalry, I guess, with him before we played in amateur, and then in academy, and I always get the best of him. So I'm really confident if I'm going versus Tony in that matchup. But it should be fun playing versus Iconic and just the boys.
Yes, sounds good. But you probably will have to win against 100 Thieves Knicks first, and it
Hmm.
definitely looks really cool going that way there. Hopefully undefeated, and yeah, it sounds like a plan for the open qualifiers here. Now, moving away from the more serious questions here now, is if you were stranded on an island in the middle of nowhere, which League of Legends champion would you want to be stranded with?
Oh goodness, what League of Legends champion would I want to be stranded with in the middle of nowhere? Ooh, probably Nami, right? You ever seen Moana?
Nami.
You ever seen
Yes,
Moana? She
yes.
controls the tides, right? Nami's like the Moana of League of Legends, right? So, you know, and we get some sing-alongs going like I see what's happening here, right? You just it could be a good time if we bring Nami along. So yeah, I'll go with Nami.
For sure, get you off the island as well. When I had this question, I was thinking top lane's an island. So top lane Nami possibility coming in.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm sort of saying something. If you pick it up and put it down,
Okay, guys, against Maryville, ban Nami. That's apparently the secret leak here. Thanks for your time, Niles. Really appreciate the information you're giving us here. Talking about all this stuff. And last, and before we sign off here, is there anything you'd like to say or shout out to your fans and viewers watching?
Just thanks for everyone cheering for me while I was at Golden Guardians and now at Maryville. I hope you can continue to cheer for us, and we'll put on a good show.
Okay, thank you, Niles, and best of luck. I'm looking forward to you once more resuming your throne, Maryville, top of collegiate and challenging amateur.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, RMC. Thank you very much, Niles, and welcome everybody to day 2 of the Unified Proving Grounds Grand Open Qualifier. I am Grapes, joined alongside Hawk. Hawk, we made it through day 1, and now there are 3 more games left of Swiss bracket play before we have our 16 final teams to make it into the next stage.
Oh man, Grapes, yes, it is day 2 here in the Open Qualifier here on Unified Live. I am beyond excited to be here. And look, I know as casters, we're going to tell you guys that every matchup is a banger, right? But when I tell you guys that this first game that we have queued up for you is a banger, I mean it, because it is Maryville, the bastion of collegiate, up against the future of North America, 100 Thieves next.
Many people would consider this matchup to be the best team in amateur versus the best team in collegiate, and that's a storyline that just you don't even see in things like movies. It's just happening right here, and it's really exciting that we see it so early on due to the way the format of the Open Qualifiers works. Hawk, there's 8 teams that are currently sitting at 2-0, Maryville and 100 next being 2 of them, and as the tournament will progress, the teams with the similar records will be continuing to play against each other. And with this matchup here, Hawk, in round 3, whoever wins this game will qualify on to the group stage. Remember that the OQs still aren't over for them. They still have to continue to play for seeding, but obviously very nice to just, sit comfortably at that 3-win spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting that 3-win spot guarantees you a ticket into the next round of play, which is exactly where you want to be. So these 8 teams are currently fighting for that position in the next phase if they can just secure it right here, and that includes this game between Maryville and 100X. But of course, there's quite a few teams elsewhere in the tournament sitting at 1-1 and 0-2 as well that are still certainly not out yet. So those games are also just as important, and a lot of those will be able to be caught on team streams throughout the night. So we got a lot of good action queued up.
Yeah, make sure to tune into Unified 2 to see AoE Immortals versus Evil Geniuses Prodigies, as well as the other team streams that are going on. You see these teams here sitting at 1-1. They lost a game, yesterday, but they still have the potential to continue to make it into the group stage. And these 3 games, Hawk, once you win a majority of them, you're going to be in. And the same case happens here in day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to get those 3 wins. I mean, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how you get them. You just got to get them. So every game, every win absolutely counts, and that includes the 8-0-2 teams as well. They're not out of the woods. If you win your next 3 straight games, you go 3-0 on the day. You could be in, but of course, any of these teams dropping a game from here on out does mean that they will drop out of the main group stage.
It's important to note, though, that despite losing 3 games here, you want to continue to get those wins in, continue to get those points to qualify into Proving Grounds down the line. So even if you don't end up making the next stage, finishing OQs with a 2-3 record versus an 0-5 record definitely still makes a big difference. But 2 teams that will not be going 2-3 or 0-5 certainly are these 2 teams that we have coming up in our 3rd round matchup of the day. Maryville University versus 100 Thieves next. There's so much to talk about here, Hawk. So many storylines that have to be unfolded. But I think the first one that we got to start with is up top. We saw RMC and Niles with that interview, and he is going up against the next new young prodigy here in North America, General Sniper.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane matchup, you couldn't have asked for a better one to start the day. Niles, the king of collegiate, ex-LCS Golden Guardians player, up against the boy wonder, 15 18 years old, just joined 100 Next as soon as he became of age to sign the contract, here to prove himself. Grapes, I know you looked it up. Don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but Niles had 200 plus competitive games in his career. General Sniper has 2.
It was, 243 to 2, the official number here. So a big disparity in terms of experience, but definitely not in skill. If you saw General Sniper's games yesterday over on the Proving Grounds pod channel, definitely had some incredible laning phases, incredible team fights. It looked like a lot of things were there. But now going up against Niles, maybe a bit of a tougher test. We saw some of that interview where Niles was talking about how he maybe thinks that General Sniper has some weaknesses that maybe can be exploited here. Maybe going into that more experienced matchup could be the first sign of maybe some weakness there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Niles, with the experience that he has, he's gone up against top laners of all calibers, including those of the likes of General Sniper. He has played in the LCS. So if anyone is going to look to exploit those weaknesses, it's him. And likewise for General Sniper, this isn't a massive benchmark in his career. He's only played 2 competitive games against some smaller name top laners, and while they are certainly very skilled in their own right, most likely not on the same level as Niles. So if he can prove himself here, or if Niles can shut down the boy wonder and maybe put him in his place a little bit, I'm sure it would be quite optimal for both these top laners.
Yeah, and it's not just the top lane matchup that is interesting. Taking a look all over the rest of the map, we have in the mid lane Insanity, former LCS mid laner of Immortals, going up against Getback, who is formerly of the OPL. We can see which region really is better. You know, all the talk at MSI about North America versus Oceania, maybe another test there. And down in the bottom lane, have Array and Dawnbreak going up against Evan RL and Shady, which can kind of be described as maybe the newer stellar bot lane versus one of the older stellar bot lanes here in Amateur.
Yeah, absolutely. Evan RL and Shady have been playing together for a few years now, and have succeeded very well in their own right. Of course, Maryville has been historically the best collegiate team of all time in the League of Legends scene. So getting to see them going up against Array and Dawnbreak, who are no slouches in their own right. I mean, Array was arguably one half of the second best bot lane in Proving Grounds last summer, paired up with Winter on Resolve, and then Dawnbreak on TSM Amateur performed very well as well. So getting to see them go up against each other, especially in a very bot lane focused meta, I think it's shaping up to be in this tournament, will be extremely exciting.
We're into the draft for our first game of the day. Maryville University will be taking your blue side, 100 Thieves, next on your red side. Going straight off the bat with an Aurelia band, going right to the throat of General Sniper and taking one of his key champions off the board. We were talking about the bot lanes a little bit earlier, Hawk, and one pick that I think really has arisen a lot in priority is this Caitlyn. And with Maryville on blue side with Evan RL down into the bottom side for Maryville, might see that one taken away. There it is.
Yep. Yeah, there it is right there. Caitlyn had 90% presence in the first day of games. It was picked in 14 games and it won 11. I mean, let that sink in. That is a crazy win rate for this champion. And it's easy to see why. It dominates the lane so efficiently. It's able to knock down towers. And then once you get the towers knocked down, it's impossible for the enemy team to ever face check in for a neutral objective. So the way it just dictates space and the damage and the utility that it can provide throughout the game is pretty much unparalleled in the ADC position right now, as well as just effectively removing the enemy bot lane from the game. So not surprising to see that one removed, but it is important to see that 100X is on the red side. So we were talking about the super hyped top lane matchup, and we haven't talked about it too much, but also Insanity and Fnatic in the mid jungle potentially getting either a top lane counterpick for Snipe or a mid lane counterpick for Insanity could instantly win the game for 100X if they're able to exploit a good matchup.
Yeah, but if you're 100 Thieves next right now, you might start to reconsider last picking Sniper. Look at the bans already. Camille already taken off the table as well. On the other side, 100 next are going to take away that Thresh. Also has been a very high priority alongside that. Ophelio's final ban on the blue side for Maryville will be that Corki going over to Insanity.
Yeah, Corki makes a lot of sense to remove. It's a super safe mid lane blind pick, but, you know, I respect it. If Niles wants to beat General Sniper, but he doesn't want to give him his champions. You know, he knows that General Sniper is a mechanical player. I reached out earlier today to the coach of 100X to ask questions, and their coach said that General Sniper has been very confident, and their entire team believes as a whole that their strength is that they're just mechanically better than their opponents. They believe that they will be able to skill check anyone in this tournament. So removing some of those skill check champions like the Aurelia, like the Camille, makes a lot of sense.
Final ban here will be that Ezreal, another target towards the bottom lane. Maryville, with their first pick, are hovering that Victor and locking it in. Get back in round 1 of the Swiss bracket on this Victor. Had a very, very insane stat line. I believe picking up 15 kills on this champion, a champion that can do very, very well in the mid lane, has a whole lot of priority early on, and will definitely help out Kind Jungle in terms of impacting all areas of the map.
Absolutely. If you're looking for a pick that can handshake a lane and get wave prio up against a mid laner of the caliber of Insanity, Victor's the pick to do it. And not only that, but it gives you a lot of draft tempo by freeing up your other lanes. However, it is the Jinx going to be locked in here for Array. And we were talking about the high presence of Caitlyn. Well, Jinx is the next highest presence in the bottom lane. And the next highest presence overall, actually 84% presence through the 32 games. So seeing that one picked up makes a lot of sense. The late game carry potential of this champion just cannot be understated. And up paired with the Lee Sin for Fnatic, a playmaker for the jungler.
Seems like these teams have been watching a little bit of Arcane, haven't they, Hawk? Got the Caitlyn, got the Jinx. No Vi just yet, I believe, but will be instead in the jungle. Lee Sin going over to Fnatic, a player who can obviously have some incredible impact in the early game, and putting him on this sort of champion definitely will be valuable. With the Jinx, Caitlyn, Ezreal, and effectively an Aphelios with that Thresh taken off the board as well. The next champion up on the tier list for Evan RL is going to be that Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, it's straight up, like you said, going down the bot lane tier list. Jhin, it's a utility pick. It can neutralize the lane and provide a little bit of mid-game setup for the team, especially from a screen away with those deadly flourishes and the curtain calls coming through. And speaking of Arcane, the Jace hover potentially going through blind for Niles, and that's confidence right there. Not only does Niles think he can beat Sniper, but he thinks he could do it blind with the Jace.
Yeah, and especially, like, yeah, you have all of the opportunities even to wait as long as possible to lock in your top laner. Niles is throwing down the gauntlet right now on the Jace, one of Sniper's most played champions here.
Yeah.
We'll see if they respond with the top lane matchup here on the R3, or if they're going to try and wait through the second ban phase, try to make sure that Sniper can see every single one of the champions. Instead, that will be the case as the Lulu gets locked in going down the bot lane for Dombre.
Yeah, I kind of like that pick from a draft strategy perspective too, because Lulu is such a frequently paired champion with the Jinx, and its combo that 100X clearly has a lot of priority on, as well as other teams. So you're basically forcing 100X to choose between their Lulu pick or a counter pick for Sniper in the top lane. So now I'd expect Maryville to actually be able to ban out Sniper even further away from some of those comfort picks that can potentially beat the Jace, as well as Jace just having phenomenal synergy with this team comp. It can play both weak side and strong side, I feel like, depending on what your team needs, as well as it's able to farm up and get gold. It will still be effective in later stages of the game, and it gives just so much range to this comp. Victor, Jace, Jhin, they will be able to hit you from incredibly far away. So this pick, I feel like, makes a lot of sense. And again, the confidence from Niles to lock it in up against the 15-year-old top laner. We love to see it.
Well, confidence, I don't know if that's the safest word to say there, Hawk, because there's another top lane ban coming through the second phase, that Ornn being taken away. Just teasing that a little bit, but either way, will be the Jarvan on the other side going against Kind Jungle. Both sides, there's a bit of a disparity in the terms of the champions that they have locked in already. 100X already has their jungler and support locked in, and on the other side, Maryville has their top laner, AD carry, and mid laner locked in here. So have a lot of things to maybe look at in terms of opposite side bans, as the Rek'Sai and the Vex respectively are taken away. And now with 100X on this R4, one of the solo laners has to get picked up. You just have to wonder who it's going to be.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting because 100X is actually not getting value out of their R5 counter pick. Both solo lanes were locked in first rotation by Maryville. So now you already knew your solo lane matchups coming into the second phase of ban. So Maryville is not actually blind picking anymore here on blue side, which is a pretty nice draft advantage. However, we're talking about range in this game. Zoe coming through, that is, both these comps are trying to hit you from just unbelievably far away.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday on the mainstream Hawk in Supernova's game, where they had the Twisted Fate, the Caitlyn, and the Lux basically one-shotting people from a mile away. You see a lot of similarities here, even though a lot of the champions have been either taken away or not picked up in these scenarios. We have the Jace, Victor, and Jhin on the other side. And for 100X, with this Zoe locked in, a lot of long range available for both of these squads. Evan RL is going to lock in that Jhin Zhao going over to Kind Jungle, and Shady's Pike will be the final pickup. This is a bit of a throwback.
Yeah, now this is an exciting lock-in here from Shady, the roaming Pike. You can play around bot lane, you can play around anywhere because Pike can come from wherever. But I'm going to stop talking because Grapes.
I think this
We
is
have-
a
we have
should
a
just
hover.
Not talk. Silence.
We have.
We wait.
Lock it in.
You don't
it.
say anything. Just don't. No! Sniper, you troll! Oh my goodness. All right.
Sniper.
We get a Scion, I guess. That's cool. You know, it might not have been what everybody wanted to have on the game here for General Sniper. I don't know. I'm disappointed, Hawk. Go say something. I don't know.
It would have been fun. Sniper playing with our heartstrings here in the game 3 draft. Unfortunately, it will be the Scion. I mean, I think this pick makes more sense than the Riven. Riven
yeah, sure.
can struggle a lot into Jace due to the poke that Jace can put down and Riven's relative lack of sustain. So the Scion makes a lot of sense. And if anything, too, this is showing that Sniper doesn't have to play carries to succeed. This is a more weak side tank-oriented matchup. Something that maybe is a little bit lower resource. However, yes, it is a bummer not to see the Riven coming through. But both these compositions, I feel like, have extremely strong things that they want to be doing. I mean, Xin Zhao and Pyke, they can link up together here for Maryville and create plays in any lane, and there is plays to be made in any lane. Victor, if he gets ahead, can absolutely crush teamfights. Jhin has single target damage through the roof. Jace, the poke, really adds up, and in those later game teamfights as well. Although their front line's not the most robust, Xin Zhao is one of the best junglers in the game at actually buying space for long-range carries. That crescent guard just creates that circle of invulnerability and makes it so difficult to walk into you. And allowing your carries to do damage from relative safety. Meanwhile, 100X, they've got a pretty standard front-to-back composition. Zoe's going to be throwing bubbles over the wall. Sion's going to be tanky. And Jinx, she's got a Lulu. She's feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams seem like they're set up for some pretty spicy team fights, if I do say so myself. Speaking about the bot lane, you talked about this Jinx Lulu bottom lane duo here. 400 Thieves next. Want to touch a little bit towards Evan RL alongside Shady's Pyke down for Maryville. You know, if you've been following collegiate, if you've been following amateur over the past year, when you think of Maryville, you think of more of like a top side focused team with Evan RL kind of just playing weak side, allowing Shady to make roams all over the map, impact other lanes. But yesterday we saw a little bit of a different approach. We saw the Aphelios Thresh and we saw the Caitlyn Lux for this Maryville bottom lane, while Niles was kind of left on an island. But with this Pyke locked in here for Shady, I'm expecting maybe a bit of a return to the norm and Shady to be on maybe a couple more roams, as it doesn't look like it's going to be as easy to maybe kill a lane like this Jinx Lulu.
Yeah, definitely. Jinx Lulu can be hard to get on top of, even with something like the Pyke. However, you can make plays in any lane, so I'm actually really interested to see how Maryville wants to maybe mesh their styles. I would expect them to attack towards the mid lane more than anything at this Zoe to try to set the mid jungle 2v2 behind, because, I mean, Insanity and Fnatic, I feel like, are arguably the best mid jungle in the tournament, right up there with Iconic and Ryoma. These two players are absolutely insane, and they alone have the individual talent, I feel like, to win most games. So if you're able to shut them down with the roaming power of this Pyke, all of a sudden the game script might get flipped on its head.
Speaking of flipped on its head, let's talk about the top lane matchup again, because this is what we talked about from the start of our broadcast today. We started with the Niles interview. We talked about the top lane matchup a little bit before the draft started. Now it's here. It's Jace versus Sion with a Xin Zhao and a Lee Sin in the jungle to potentially make some impact there, Hawk. What are you seeing in this matchup? Are you expecting a lot of blood to come through? Is this going to be like a Baus FFS style Sion that's going to try to one-shot Niles, or is it going to be a little bit more traditional?
You know, it'd be cool if we saw the 1v9 Sion. I don't expect too much to come out of this lane. Sion's not exactly a champion that you pick to win lane a lot of the time. However, Sion is a very strong laning tank. That is not meant to be understated. So there's definitely playmaking potential here for Sniper. However, I would not expect it to be fireworks, but only time will tell.
Only time will tell, and we are so excited to get into this matchup here between Maryville University and 100 Thieves next. We're going to take a short break before we head on to Summoner's Rift, but don't go anywhere because you are not going to want to miss this. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Proving Grounds Open Qualifier presented by Unified. We know that you guys are ready to get into this crazy matchup here between Maryville University and 100 Thieves Next, but unfortunately there was an issue on one of the players' sides that was preventing them to load into the game. While this issue is being resolved, we are going to be taking a short break, and we promise to get you back onto the Rift as shortly as possible. We thank you for staying with us here on Unified, and we hope to be back shortly. Thank you very much. Hello everybody, we are back. Unfortunately no game just yet, providing another update for all of you guys as we are really still waiting to get into this matchup here between Maryville University and 100 Thieves Next. Unfortunately the issue with some of the players getting into the game was not able to be resolved, and as a result, Sword, the support for 100 Thieves Academy at the current moment, will be replacing Insanity in the mid lane for this game. A bit of an interesting swap here in terms of the positions, but because of that, we will be redoing the draft in just a couple of minutes. So we get to have some more hype around the draft and all of that, but unfortunately, that is the situation that is at hand. We once again appreciate all of you guys for sticking with us, and we'll see you in just a couple of more minutes for the start of the second draft of this game.
Yeah, I mean,
More minutes for the start of the second draft of this game.
yeah, I mean.
More minutes for the start of the second draft of this game.
Yeah, I mean.
Hello again, everybody. Hopefully the audio issues are fixed this time. If you didn't hear before, just the update that we provided with some audio issues, just stating it here, so everybody is on the same page. Due to some issues with the players getting into lobby, unfortunately, Insanity will not be able to play for this matchup here. The mid laner for 100 Thieves Next up against Maryville. Instead, the current 100 Thieves Academy support Sword, who is supposed to be the support here for 100 Thieves Next, will be slotting into that mid lane position. Unfortunately, because of that, we have to be redoing the draft. We will have that all covered here in just a couple of minutes, but just the update for you all. Thank you very much for sticking with us, and we will be back shortly. And we are back, Hawk, and there's a draft on our screen once again. Once again, everybody, we apologize for some of the delays that have been happening, but we promise it is going to be worth it here between Maryville University and 100 Thieves Next. As we stated before, Insanity will be subbing out Sword, the support for 100 Thieves Next turned Academy, and formerly the TSM Academy mid laner, will be playing mid lane for this game. So that is where we are at right now, Hawk, and we're going to be redoing the draft completely. I'm not sure how much of the methodology will be changing, especially considering Zoe, the champion that was locked in for Insanity, was Sword's most played champion of 2021. But, you know, there's a whole lot to unpack here. Draft is getting underway. Let's go.
Hey, good guy Insanity just wanted to give us another shot at General Sniper's Riven, all right? I'm holding on hope. I'm holding on hope, Graves. But... yeah, it seems like the bans so far are going to be the same. I wouldn't expect changes, at least in the first round of bans from either team. However, actually a Riven ban, maybe a little bit of respect going to be paid that way
Just
for Maryville. No, maybe not. Maybe the Camille. But it was a B1 victor that we saw last time around from Getpack on the side of Maryville. So I'm actually really interested to see if that will be something that we'll see first picked again. Of course, Insanity is an extremely mechanically talented player, so maybe up against Sword, who I think many would argue is a weaker mid laner. By how much? Remains to be seen, because Sword did play mid lane in Academy last year after all. But so whether or not Getback will opt for that same matchup, we'll have to see.
So far, we are 3 for 3 in the run back, hold the salt, so to speak. Make it 4 for 4 with the Thresh already taken off the table as well. And yeah, I mean, nobody has played this game yet, Hawk, so there's no things that maybe had to have been fixed after that game that maybe the draft didn't work out. So it wouldn't be too surprised to see a lot of very similar champions being taken off the board as we continue to make our way through the draft. But now the TF is being taken away as well, going up against Sword, who was very, very well known for playing these global champions that would get around the map.
Yeah, taking Sword off of his roaming champs makes a lot of sense, especially with the kind of compositions that I would assume that now 100X wants to run, either playing towards Sniper up top lane or playing down towards Array on the bottom lane if he's back on something like the Jinx that we saw picked in the remade draft for him. So taking away those options, I think, is a very good thought process here for Maryville as the bans have fully finished. I do believe 100X has run back the same bans.
Yep, that Ezreal taken away from Evan once more. A reminder that the first pick in the previous draft for Maryville was that Victor going over to Getback. Well, it was interesting because of the differentiation that happened in that first rotation, Hawk. Maryville locked in their solo laners both in the first rotation, while 100X waited until the second phase. And it looks like that trend is remaining. Jace going over to Niles, presumably. We thought picked up in the second stage of the draft in the last time that this happened. It looks like Niles wants to make sure that he gets his hands on that early.
Yeah, this is really interesting. We saw it as a blue 3 Jace in the last one, and then it was an R5 Scion matched into it by Sniper, and maybe Niles is just saying, hey, I'll take that matchup if Scion is what you're going to pick into my Jace. So, again, the confidence coming through. Niles said he's going to Sniper to some of his weaknesses. And this is a first pick Jace, the confidence coming through. You'll love to see it. And again, Jinx Lee Sin locked in. This is what we saw last time. It will be Array back on the Jinx as Victor Jin rounding it out.
Okay, so it looks like it was just maybe like a different order in terms of what wanted to go in. It honestly is kind of smart if you are Maryville, if you really do want this Jace. Sniper obviously is one of the best Jace players in the region, hitting rank 1, primarily playing champions like that. And so if you really want to make sure you have the Jace, you pick it first, not second, to make sure that Sniper does not steal that away from you. With the Jin and Victor locked in already, once again, 3 for 3 so far on the Maryville side. But Corki being picked up here for Sword. We were talking about how champions like the Zoe and the Twisted Fate were things that he was super comfortable on. Now, with something more high impact, high resource, could be a bit of a different play here for the 100X mid laner.
Yeah, Corki was actually banned last time around, so now it will be picked up in the R3 slot by Sword. I feel like it actually does similar things in a way to Zoe and Twisted Fate. However, it's a little bit more scaling focused as opposed to mid-game focused. So you're sort of shifting the timer back, but it's a lot of long range, a lot of damage coming through from this champion, and the package can provide such good utility every 5 minutes for your team. And what this just tells me is both these compositions are extremely similar to what we locked in the first time around. So it says to me that both teams were happy with what they got. They don't feel like anything needs to be changed for second draft, and that they were both willing to take the matchups that they were given, and both of them felt like they could win confidently.
One change right here, though. 400 next, taking away that Jin Zhao. I believe that was picked up by Kind earlier on in the older draft that we had. Orange still taken off the table here for Sniper, and this time that Scion will be banned away. So looks like Niles doesn't want to get Sniper into this matchup here with this Jace versus Scion, instead forcing the 100x top laner to maybe go for something else. Dawnbreak locking in the Leona instead of the Lulu to match alongside the Jinx.
Yeah, and this is very interesting because the Lulu was still available, but it seems like 100x wants to play a little bit more for some engaged potential to try to lock down some of these immobile backline threats. I mean, Jace, Victor, Jin, all very easy to lock down and take down, especially with Jinx Corki doing the damage over the top. And it's great setup for Lee Sin in the early to mid game, but the Talon getting locked in for Kind Jungle. It was something that we have been seeing him play quite a bit recently, and it's coming through once again.
Yeah, and again, a bit of a differentiation here. Historically, Kind Jungle is the player who likes to play really heavy early engaged champions, sacrifice some resources for his team. Things like the Jinzhou and the Jarvan that were taken away to just apply. Okay, wait. Okay, forget that point. Hawk, we gotta just moment of silence again. You know, it didn't happen in game the last time. Might happen again. Just let's not say anything. Just deep breaths. We're gonna wait and wait.
8 seconds. No.
Boom!
Okay, it's something different. It's not the Scion. It's not the Scion.
It's not the Riven, but a Renekton coming through for Sniper still is pretty going to be pretty exciting against Niles' Jace. But back to my point earlier about Kind was really more used to playing supportive champions like the Jarvan, is now trying to expand his playstyle pool with champions like this Talon, which he's been spamming a lot in solo queue. So excited to see how he's able to do that, as the draft has finally concluded again for this matchup here between Maryville University and 100 Thieves Next. Whole lot of threats on all over the map. You really don't know who's going to be the main carry here in this game, Hawk.
Yeah, and I actually really like the talent pick coming here from Kind Jungle, because without the Lulu, there's actually not a whole lot of protection for this Corki and this Jinx. And although they should be able to self-peel themselves from the Talon with their summoner spells and Valkyrie from the Corki, just the fact that Talon can come in on the flank and force one or both of the carries to step back when the engage comes through from the Lee Sin and the Leona can be absolutely massive. If you're able to force them back and deny the damage, it might potentially deny a reset. It might allow your carries to throw in all of their long-range spells and find some picks, take down the enemy frontline. However, the R5 Renekton this time, definitely a bit more of a carry-oriented pick for Sniper, and it sets up for an extremely strong topside skirmish. I mean, Niles, he's going to have to be careful in the early levels. Lee Sin Renekton is a very potent dive squad.
Yeah, Renekton, a champion that Niles often played alongside Iconic on champions like the Elise, but it's the Renekton, Lee Sin, definitely still a very potent topside duo, and if Niles happens to get pushed in at any point, if Fnatic's in the area, that could certainly mean a very dangerous situation for the former LCS top laner, so always it's something to keep an eye on here, especially considering that Lee Sin definitely has some priority over Kind earlier on in the game. In other areas of the map, we didn't really mention this too much. It's not that Pike for Shady anymore. It is instead going to be that Rakan to match alongside Evan RL's Jhin. While it's not as flashy of a pick, still something that can make a whole lot of plays, have a whole lot of impact, and another champion that can roam around and try to impact the map in other ways.
Yeah, I mean, Rakan just a little bit worse at roaming than the Pike, but a lot better at team fighting. And it seems like team fights are going to be the name of the game. There's skirmish potential across the map, but at the end of the day, whoever kills the Nexus is the one that will advance to the main group stage. It's Maryville on the blue side up against 100 Thieves Next on the red.
Players are making their ways down the rift. We are finally ready to start off our action here at the Unified Proving Grounds qualifier. Bit of a 5-stack here for Maryville to start things off. Waited a while, Hawk, but we are finally ready to get things going. This is the matchup we've all been waiting for.
Hey, they oftentimes say that the longest waits are the ones that end up being the best, right? They just wanted to continue hyping up this insane matchup. It's the bastion of collegiate up against the future of North America, the best collegiate team of all time up against the #1 seeded amateur team here in the open qualifier. We could not ask for a better matchup to start the day. And hey, the bastion of collegiate, they got an early ward.
I don't know how much that's going to mean. Obviously, you know that Fnatic is starting on that bot side, and it looks like on the other end, Maryville will decide to follow. So this top lane matchup still going to be a topic of conversation, Hawk, as we begin this early game with both junglers pathing up there.
Yeah, absolutely. No surprises, like you said, that Fnatic wants to play around his Renekton. Kind Jungle will look to match to provide some safety for his top laner, because otherwise, as previously mentioned, the dive is just absolutely immense.
Yeah, definitely. So, and as the buffs start coming through, Niles up in the top side, going up against General Sniper. This is the top lane matchup that, you know, we really wanted to see. We have a bit of a quote here from Niles himself from that previous import, from some questionnaires that we did. What has esports empowered you to do that you might not have previously considered possible? He gets to say, I get to be a pirate when I play GP, so that's pretty cool. Not a pirate today, but gets to be a bit of a buff man. I mean, Niles definitely that bit of a sort of Chad himself, but always nice to, you know, kind of represent that on the Rift as well.
Bit of a Chad himself indeed. Do you think Niles makes pirate noises when he plays GP? Arr, I'm gonna send my ultimate bot lane.
Every time he queues, he just has to like let out an R or something like that.
Right. Parlay. Either way, bot lane's pushing in, top up in favor of 100 next. Top lane's pushing in favor of Maryville. I'm sure no one wants to hear my terrible pirate impressions ever again.
I did. It was great. It was great, Hawk. Yeah.
Grapes is always here to support me, and that's what matters.
Anyway, still the junglers pathing towards the top sides. That Rift Scuttler spawning in about 25 seconds could be a very crucial point. Believe Kind will have that early priority as he ended up going straight from the blue buff up to the river. Niles currently has the push up against General Sniper in that range versus melee matchup, so doesn't look like Kind will have too much of an impact unless we want to see a dive. Meaning otherwise, though, Donbray is in the mid lane looking to potentially do something here against Getback, but it looks like the OCE mid laner knows better than to step forward.
Yeah, really nicely done right there from Getback, not letting the support run come through. And this is actually something we've been seeing from a lot of teams so far in this tournament, not necessarily from support, but they're actually sacking early mid priority to try to freeze the wave on the third wave and get either a jungle gank or a support roam to force the enemy mid off. And it has resulted in just a slight minion advantage here for Sword. So really nicely done by Donbray. It does mean that Array does sacrifice a bit, however, on a more scaling-oriented pick like the Jinx, something that you kind of expect that will fall behind just slightly to be a massive late-game threat, it almost can be seen as worth.
Yeah, and it looks like Array will be able to, you know, pick up a big chunk of that wave that ended up getting pushed into him on the bat side, as Evan RL went for a back mid lane, though. Sword getting chunked out pretty heavily, and Donbray is on the roam as well, has the flash, but is still not in range. We've been seeing a lot of these supports roam around the map to start this game off. It was kind of a topic of conversation, especially considered towards Shady, who, take a look at him right now on the minimap on the Rakan, already headed towards his top side.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if Donbray's only going to play around mid, Shady doesn't need to play around bot, so I like this hover, especially as the wave is crashing there for Sniper. If the dive were to come through, it would have been then. So Shady in position just in case Fnatic was there. Unfortunately, he was not. He was on his Krugs. But either way, nothing of value is really lost for Maryville, as Evan RL's wave is just getting slowly pushed into him. So lots of support action on the map, but it hasn't really amounted in too much of an advantage for either side.
Yep, not just yet, as they will both make their way back to their original hometowns. Kind Jungle also on the horizon, and maybe looking to make a bit of a play down onto the bottom side. Donbray will be going for that reset. Looks like Kind won't be able to find anything. Dragon has spawned. It will be that Hextech Drake to start us off. Looks like neither team is going to be right there on spawn, but both junglers, you know, have been in the area.
Yeah, everyone's in the area. I don't expect to see a huge early Dragon priority from both teams. I would want Fnatic to path towards the top side here. This is a big trade.
Nice little chunk here onto Array. Donbray is on the way to, you know, help Array push the rest of this wave in potentially, but it looks like it's going to just bounce right back towards the 100x side. Not too much to worry about there. 5.5 minutes into this game, still neck and neck between Maryville and 100 Thieves next. One of the good things about the Swiss bracket, you get matchups like these in round 3 of the open qualifiers. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, and it's crazy to think, too, that our matchups are theoretically only up from here. So, yeah, the fact that this is the first match of 3 on the day just means that we have some absolutely incredible games to be covering. But speaking of which, Sniper's level 6, however, he's getting ganked.
Here comes Kind Jungle. Sniper already pops the Dominus. Kind already jumped over that wall, so will not have the parkour available to him just yet. Fnatic has arrived. Sniper looks like he will be able to get out from that gank alive. So the first test here for this young top laner has been passed.
Yeah, pretty actually tense gank right there. Sniper was taken so low, but he was able to dodge out on some of the damage, and a lot of the burst from Niles was gone. So he's just able to dice down the river, get to his jungler, and with the mid priority from Sword, it meant that Kind Jungle and Niles weren't able to full commit in. So we do see a bit of a skirmish in the mid.
Ooh, aggressive flash forward by Dawnbray, getting straight in onto Get Back. Does not look like he's able to do too much, though, on the other side. Kind forced to hop away as nearly taking down Fnatic on the other end of that trade. Seeing a lot of engages, seeing a lot of low health bars, no kills just yet. That first blood, 7 minutes in, has still been unclaimed.
Yeah, actually looked like a bit of a miscommunication there. Dawnbray flashing in super aggressively, but Fnatic, meanwhile, was going in on the other side of the fight, so it was a bit of a split call, and it does mean that it is just a Leona flash for nothing.
Here's a Chaos Storm. Dawnbray has no flash and has no life. Get Back picks up first blood for the first kill of this game.
Absolutely huge. All of the attention has been focused mid by both of these teams. This Kind Jungle is 1v1ing a dragon.
He's fine.
He's got it. He's got it.
Not even
but
close.
yeah, really nicely done. I mean, like I said, Leona flash blown for nothing. Shady still had his hit up. Flash, grand entrance, able to find it. They take down the support of 100X, and it's Maryville on the board first.
Oh, take a look at the top side. Niles, where are you running? On the wrong side of the map. Sniper forced to flash away to get away from the potential engage from the rest of the cannon. Auto attacks. Top laner's health bars are very low, but take a look at 100 next. They are looking to go for a dive. Sword is here. Fnatic is here. The wave is here. Who is going to be the first one to engage? It will be Sword. Sonic Wave does not end up hitting, but Sniper is the one to finish the job with the slice and dice. Will get out unscathed as Niles is the first to fall up here in the top lane.
Yeah, nicely played right there from 100X. Support was just a little too far away. Shady was running as fast as his little Rakan legs could take him, but he went for the ninja tabbies or the plated steel caps instead of the boots of mobility, meaning he wasn't there in time, and it is a kill pick up for Sniper even after his flash was blown in the 1v1. Fortunately, after the reset, Maryville should be able to pick up this Rift Herald, so at the end of the day, it's a pretty even play once those ones are cashed in.
Even play, still an even game, 1-1 on both sides. As you said, Hawk, will be that Rift Herald, presumably going over to the side of Maryville. And with Shady still up in the top side to help out that objective, Array and Dawnbray will get this push in onto Evan RL. No real threat of a sort of dive, but just the pressure that Dawnbray is able to provide means that Evan will be missing out on some of this CS. So a bit of a win on the other side for 100 next as well.
Yeah, ADC in 2022 looks like you're just playing a solo lane, apparently. Of course, Dawnbray is in the lane right now, but we saw him not in bot lane for so long. And unfortunately, Evan RL is on the wrong side of the solo lane experience, having 2 of his plates taken, which is actually a pretty good match on the Rift Herald play, because Rift Herald on its own takes 2 tower plates, so unless you're able to execute some sort of dive or big team fight before the play, that's likely all you're going to get. So it does even that one up as we see a bit of a trade.
Oops, Shady just forced to dash away a little bit there. Yeah, not too much happening in terms of that engage. I did want to bring back up that experience graphic that we just saw a little while ago, because I think it's a very interesting point to look at this point in the game. Right now, the highest XP is currently Get Back on this Victor, who did end up picking up the first blood, has had a lot of resources around him. And right now, you see that experience disparity down in the bot lane due to that Rift Herald play. Array nearly a full level up on Evan.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only was Evan RL getting zoned off of the farm, but it is the experience. And that's something that's not always easy to see, is those experience leads, but it definitely adds up. Every level is worth stats in golden stats as well, you know, in theory, as well as the extra ability point that you get. So these levels do mean a lot. And it's also interesting that Get Back is ahead of Sword in levels, as potentially holding that thought as we see a little Scuttlecrab fight, but no, Fnatic just going to smite that one away, as I'm sure part of the XP lead for Get Back in the mid lane is from the kill, but also every time you see Maryville making an aggressive play on one of the side lanes, Sword is always first into the river. So surely having dropped just a few minions there as he steps into the river, meaning that he's just a little behind in experience, but not catastrophically so.
Shady looking to go in onto Dombre. These supports just have not been bot lane at all this game, Hawk. And it's been a very interesting macro game because of that. Just watching the sort of chess pieces that are moving around the rift, and we might see a bit of a gambit being made right up here in the top side as Niles is getting caught out once again. Sniper finishing the job as Fnatic was just there to help out a bit. Another kill going over to the young kid.
Well, we talked about the top side focus, and now the boy Wonder's got 2 on the board. Fnatic going for the deep flank under the turret, but Sniper did a lot of the work there himself, just all ins the Jace, no flash, no way to get out, and it's 100x finding themselves up 1,000.
A lot of people talking about the kind of question that if Sniper was able to, would he be an LCS? And going up against a former LCS top laner from last year could be an interesting case, though. MNRL, nice plans to get away from the Solar Flare and might actually try to re-engage a little bit. Shady going to go forward with the Grand Entrance. Quickness has not been used just yet. And instead, it looks like the Leona was a little bit too tanky for the Maryville bot lane to try and go for a play. Instead, it'll just be Shady dashing forward to return to lane, which is not something that we've been saying a lot this game.
Yeah, and it's just those little timing windows that we see that make good teams great teams, right? It's what separates the pack a lot, because Dombre knew he was just ahead on the support roam coming back to bottom side, so he uses his Hex Flash right before his real flash comes back up to go in and force out the cleanse from MNRL at very little cost. I mean, it's your ultimate, but that's a shorter cooldown than cleanse, right? So feels pretty good. And yeah, as you were saying, a lot of people think that Sniper is the next Prodigy, right? Like, I've been calling him Boy Wonder this entire stream. He's 15 years old, just got signed. This is his 3rd ever competitive match. Rank 1, 2,000 LP in solo queue. I mean, this guy is mechanically insane. And he's probably one of the most hyped prospects, if not the most hyped prospect ever in North America, at least certainly in recent memory. So getting to see him go up against the likes of Niles is certainly a good benchmark, because Niles is someone that has a ton of experience in collegiate. He has experience in LCS, and is no slouch of an opponent.
Yeah, and you can see that Niles not only has been, getting pressured out in lane a little bit by the all-ins of Sniper, but Fnatic on the other side has also just been playing around this top side very, very well. As a little bit of a dicey situation that Fnatic ended up going through, but doesn't look like anybody is going to fall just yet. But looks like Sniper just really knows how to play around his jungle. Looks like the communication alongside all of 100 Thieves Next has just been very strong, even with Sword, swapping into a new role. So very, very exciting things to see out of a team that really is regarded as one of the top teams in Amateur this year.
Yeah, we could see a bit of a dive here in the mid lane as Shady does get stunned.
Yeah, Maryville want this mid lane tier 1 turret, and they will end up taking it down. First brick, so to speak, going over to the collegiate squad. On the other side, Sniper's going to try to get a few more plays before they end up falling. Does not look like he's going to try and push for that 3rd one. Instead, we'll just go for the reset. And right now, just about a 700 gold lead in favor of 100 Thieves Next, as Shady just barely gets out.
Yeah, even with the first brick dropping mid, 100 Next actually still retains the gold lead due to all the tower plates they've been able to take on the sides. So fortunately for Maryville, that Herald does turn into a tower, but it does look like it should at least be matched up by Array. 100 Next, they are still commanding their gold lead. This Jinx farming up beautifully more than 10 CS per minute here for Array. Definitely something you want to see. Already has that Kraken Slayer online, as well as Sniper, again, having those 2 kills. He's gotten a few turret plates for himself, and someone that we feel like we haven't really talked too much about, but Fnatic here on this Lee Sin, playing an absolutely beautiful game. He's been everywhere that Kind Jungle has wanted to be. He's not really given up too much for free at all. Everything's come with a cost, and he's leveraged the fact that Renekton and Lee Sin in the early game is straight up just stronger than this Jace Talon duo, and he's been able to leverage that into 2 aggressive plays, netting kills for his top laner.
Yeah, and seems to be pretty on par in terms of itemization as well. Sword has to use that package defensively, so no crucial cooldown in that regard able to be used for any sort of aggressive plays for 100 Thieves Next, as they will also pick up this second Rift Herald up on the top side. Now, Shady looking to go aggressive here onto Dombre alongside Kind, but they might have to be a bit careful because the rest of 100X is all here and ready to collapse. Array picks up the kill onto Shady, and now the Thieves are looking for a bit more. The resets are coming through from Array, but it will not net them anymore. It's 1 quick kill over to 100 Next with Rift Herald being popped.
Yeah, Talon of Rakan, they may be slippery, but not when there's a Leona just bearing down right on top of you, landing the stuns, and then the choppers come through from Array. And this hyper-scaling Jinx, not only does she have more than 10 CS per minute, she's taken 2 towers and also gotten a kill just in the last few minutes. In the Herald going to complete its charge. Sniper getting solo gold on the last outer. 100X all of a sudden has cracked the map wide open and finds themselves up 2,500.
Yeah, it seemed like pretty suddenly that 100X have ended up getting this sort of lead for themselves. It seemed like we were talking about how dead even the game was, how Maryville just picked up the first tower, but now, as you said, 2.5k gold lead in favor of 100 Thieves next. Not over yet. Remember, the scaling on Maryville still is definitely strong with the Jace, with the Victor damage coming through, so still a lot of League of Legends to be played. We got another dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, so could be the next topic of a fight. But right now, just some more farming up, just some more waiting. And right now, it's 100 Thieves that are more comfortable with that wait.
Right, and as we mentioned at the end of the draft, this game is mostly going to be about team fighting. Obviously, the 2,500 gold lead that 100X has makes team fighting easier, but if Maryville is able to execute, that is where the game will be won. And their composition does spike pretty hard on 1 item. Meanwhile, this Jinx, this Corki, want to get towards that 3 item mark, more or less. So here with Dragon spawning in a minute could be good, but we do see a TP.
Sniper coming in with a teleport, locking down Evan for just a little bit, is still so tanky up in the front line, going to dash straight into the entire Maryville lineup as he is just one huge croc looking to do so much damage. Shady is so low, not able to be taken down just yet, but Fnatic is still on the hunt. Sonic way forward, and Array will be able to pick up the kill with that rocket. A big flank coming out from 100 Thieves next as they pick up yet another kill.
Yeah, beautifully done. 100 next. They don't want to let Maryville have their top tower for free in place of the dragon. They decide to contest. Teleport behind from Sniper, immediately forcing the cleanse out from Evan. Jinx rocket just to do the damage, and look at him go. Flash, slice, dice, running down the back line, and unfortunately the sacrificial bird is this Rakan gets taken low, and Fnatic does miss the resonating strike on the crab. However, the taxi right there. Array actually managing to be the one to pick it up. Jinx is now on 2 kills, 2 items in her back pocket. Dragon is now live, and 100X has wave priority.
A couple minutes ago, we did see the gold graphic here comparing the gold of all the teams, and Array had the highest income of the entire team, but after that, taking down another tower by herself, taking 2 more kills. Array is just going to be absolutely unstoppable in this matchup. Full bot side priority here for 100 Thieves next as Fnatic is starting up that dragon as well. Very nice to just start the stack for the soul, and as another tower will fall.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much gold being injected into 100X right now. Just absolutely insane how well they're rotated around the map. Maryville does eventually get the top turret. They got what they wanted, but at the expense of so much in that previous fight.
Oh, Shady looking to go a bit aggressive, misses the grand entrance, and Shady is dead. There goes the rocket, and now 100X might try to go for a little bit more. Blast coming out by Kind to keep himself alive. Just another 1 for 0. Looks like Shady got a little bit overambitious there.
Yep, Shady's stepping up without flash, and again, the pick potential of Leona, Lee Sin, Renekton, just cannot be understated as the wave is insta-cleared by this Victor. Doesn't matter, they're going to tank it up, and 100X full control of the map, 3,500 gold. They are rocking and rolling through this game. I mean, Array, 3-0-0. Kraken, rapid fire, 200 farm at 19.5 minutes. This man has a lot of gold as we see a fight in the bot side.
Niles has to be careful. Here comes Fnatic as well. To the skies over to General Sniper, and Shady is able to help him out as General Sniper will take his first death of the game. Kind Jungle has now arrived as well, looking to maybe make some more plays here on to Fnatic. Looks like the chase is just a little bit too good for the Lee Sin. So just 1 kill going over to Maryville, but definitely a big one with the shutdown going over.
Yeah, Maryville doing a really nice job of punishing the few oversteps that 100 Next has given them. We saw the one in mid lane very early on with Dombre not having flash, managing to pick up first blood. And now just here, the entirety of 100X is reset. Sniper and Fnatic think they can one-shot Niles. However, Niles, some fancy escape work right there with the flash to get away from the crocodile. And then the teleport comes in. They take down the Croc and get a big shutdown. However, yeah, I heard your reaction. Baron has been started here.
right on spawn even. Sniper doesn't
No
have teleport,
for
but the Baron is about at
This is
half
dangerous.
HP at the moment. Niles doing a whole lot of damage with the shock blast, but it looks
They're
like
gonna try to turn.
100 next want to just turn. Donbray going forward. Array still left untouched
Gonna
onto the
reset.
backside. Niles with one more auto will fall, and the resets are coming through from Array. Sniper has arrived back from the death realm. The zap will slow down Shady a little bit more, and now it's a 4v5. 400 Thieves next, and if I'm not, I would expect them to just go right back to this objective where it all began.
All brakes, no gas right now from 100 next. Their top laner gets picked without teleport. Doesn't matter. They're starting the Baron anyway. They force the fight. Niles, having just used the flash on the bottom side, does get reset upon. However, with the curtain has been called. 100x getting taken low.
Kind going forward, trying to finish off some sort of kill. Donbray's so low, but he's not going to die. Sniper takes down Shady as he tries to dash forward a little bit too hard. He will fall in return as Getback picks up his second kill of the game. Rest of 100x is forced to run. Maryville playing with their range will prevent the Baron from going down.
Oh, that's such a feels bad for Maryville. They do manage to pick up one, but I really thought they might be able to get more right there, and unfortunately they weren't, as the threat of the Jinx on the Baron is too much. So at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of kills straight back and forth for not much ground.
Yeah, I mean, looks like Maryville tried to go for the Baron again, and then they realized, okay, this dance has gone on a little bit too long, and we need to go back to base. We need to go for the resets, and it looks like things are just going to calm down for a little bit longer, Hawk. But big kills going over to both sides, but I want to take a look at Getback for a little bit. Sitting at 2-0-0 on the Victor, still is very strong, nearing that second completed item with the Shadow Flame, I believe that is. So still going to be very strong, doing a lot of damage with that dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. Could be crucial once Getback gets just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we can toggle the gold just briefly, I would like to look at the disparity between some of these carries because, as you said, 2 kills to Getback's name. Meanwhile, 4 assists for Sword and Array is looking very fed. Getback is up there in the number 3 slot. However, Array is almost 3,000 gold against ahead of everyone in the game, including his own top laner and Sniper, as we see a flash.
Speaking of which, dashing straight forward in onto Niles. Look at the package coming in from Sword, splitting up the entire Maryville lineup and helping him take down Niles. Rocket coming in, will take it down. Shady and Chunk Evans really low to boot. Another kill going over to the other side as Sword will fall, but it is going to be a very, very good trade for 100 Thieves next. Evan RL is in a whole lot of trouble and will certainly die. Sniper picks up the final blow, and the fight goes to 100 next.
Yeah, 4 for 1. Sword may have dropped due to some heroics from Getback, but it's just not enough. Getback's not going to be able to solo contest this Baron, you would have to think, and with the Ray still on the map, this one's gonna go to 100 next.
Absolutely, and what a great fight coming out from 100 Thieves next, and it all started with the player that we've been talking about time and time again, Hawk. It was General Sniper dashing forward to lock down Niles to start that fight off. And after that, the rest of the team was able to follow up. Array got some resets in, now sitting at a 1,000 gold bounty with 3 completed items. Baron now set in 100 Thieves' hands, and it's now a 6,000 gold lead at the 24-minute mark. Yeah, could be more. Sniper. Sniper did not see Getback on that side, but it doesn't look like it matters. He's going to pick up that kill and another one as well, as Kind will fall to Array, who is now dominating on the Jinx. It looked like Maryville just stepped a little bit too far, ended up being punished. Soul Point's going to go over to 100 Thieves next, but the game keeps progressing the way that it is. Might not even need that soul to end the game.
Yeah, I wonder if Maryville was trying to cheese a bit of a one-shot there on the face check, and they actually almost managed to take down Array. Unfortunately, Kind Jungle just not quite having the damage, only 1 completed item to his name. So Array was able to flash out and stay alive, and now with 2 dead, including the Victor, your primary source of wave clear, and with Baron on, 100x is pushing into the base.
Yeah, look at Niles and Shady on the other side. They're not even trying to defend these inhibitors from going down. They want to try and push for something on the other side of the map. There's a mid-lane inhibitor going down for Maryville, and as well as Kind Jungle, I guess. But take a look at the top side. Yeah, Niles and Shady ended up taking down Array, trying to defend that side. But now it's a 4v2. Sniper hops the dominance and is looking to take down Getback. It is the very 3-kill Victor, but he will get taken down almost instantly. Niles still trying to survive on the other side as Fnatic has returned from base, and the minions will take him down. Fnatic will pick up kill number 2 for himself. Looks like 100 Next was not able to end the game just yet, but it does look like they are in a very, very good spot with 2 inhibitors going down.
You know Fanatics type in easy clap in all chat, but a nice commitment up here on the top side. This was the kill that was off screen. Not only do they manage to take him down and get damage in the base, but that's a 1,000 gold shutdown for your Jace. So if you want Niles to start doing some damage, that's exactly what you needed. Now 2.5 items here on the Jace, as we can see the gold lead over time. It has stalled out a bit here. 400 next, not being able to quite close out the game. However, they have been firmly in control since minute 10. 5,000 is the current lead. It's mostly looking red there, as that is Soul Point picked up.
Looks like a pretty good spot here for 100 Thieves next, who have played this game very, very admirably, if I do say so myself. Seems like they knew what they wanted to do. Sure, Maryville had a couple of punches. 100 next, just punched right back and are now in a very, very solid position. 3 of their 5 players currently have shutdowns. General Sniper also tied for the most kills in the game with 6. And now, just kind of the waiting game at the moment. Baron buff is about to despawn. And it looks like after that, just might be some more targeting towards some outer objectives and maybe just waiting until another major objective will end up going down.
Yeah, Sniper had a quieter couple games yesterday. He just wasn't the focal point of their team. But here in this game, on the Unified live stream, no less, Sniper has been showing why people have been so excited to see him play. I mean, the confidence. He's been flashing into every single fight. I do not think we have seen a defensive flash. And as I said earlier, I reached out to Miss and he said that Sniper has been feeling confident regardless of who he's against. And that has been on full display. 6, 3, and 5 on the Renekton. The curtain has been called. We got another fight on our hands.
4 shot will land it onto Dodbray, and the final shot blast from Niles will take down the 100 next support. So, crucial pick going over here. Not too much on the map for Maryville to try and contest, but they can maybe take another breather here, prevent the pressure from 100 next from going down their throats for a second, as they can try to reset, clear some of these super minion waves, and just stall the game out a little bit longer.
Yeah, Maryville is making 100x work for it a little bit right here. I mean, Donbray just kind of disrespecting the damage that can come through. Remember, there's still no true tank on this 100x side, so just brute forcing their way down the lane is maybe a little bit easier said than done, as Niles is able to pick up his 3rd of the game. And Maryville has actually managed to make this game the longest of 100x's tournament so far. Their second game was ended in 27. Last time as Array is going to drop.
A whole lot of trouble. No flash here for Array. Niles does a whole lot of damage now, and that is a shutdown going on over the car in the jungle. Fnatic trying to defend Array will end up paying for his sins, as Niles will jump forward one more time and finish the job again. Niles has come straight back into this game after some struggles in lane and is now right back to almost an even KDA.
Yeah, Array just getting caught out there on the reset. Fnatic flashing in to try to save his AD carry, but it was just a lost cause. Solar Flare does land.
Will be a trade.
A lot of damage.
Yeah. Ends up getting locked down and taken out. So it's a 2-for-1 overall in that sense. Baron spawning in about 1 minute, so all players will be alive for that major objective. And right now, I think it's just about, picking up some extra kills. These kills are just about getting gold to, be stronger for the fight that could potentially determine the game in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just the game stalling out. It's a trade of kills. However, the unfortunate thing for Maryville is the game stalling out really favoring you? I mean, obviously you have to prolong the game in order to be able to win when you have fallen behind, but this is a Corki and a Jinx that have now hit 3 items. So you'd have to think that in the next front-to-back team fight, where 100x is able to fully set up and have their Renekton and Leona setting up for their big carries, it will be a tall task. Maryville has done a phenomenal job of finding those big picks onto the front line, not really letting them set up. However, with the neutral objectives coming back on the map, you'd have to think that the face checks are coming, and this is where the game is very dangerous for the collegiate squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And both these squads have been really good at playing around major objectives while ahead. And with 100 next being the team that is ahead,
TP.
They are in the right position. Baron has been spawned. 100 Thieves immediately right on the target, trying to take this down. Important to note, Sword does have that package. We saw how impactful that was in the previous fight. Get Back has to come in with the teleport, but it might just be too late. Baron is taking a 2k HP. No one is in the area to try and steal it, and that is just Baron going over. Look at the package coming in from Sword, doing a whole lot of damage, as actually Fnatic is the first one to fall in this fight. Kind Jungle will get traded out by Big Rocket, but it will be the trade back onto General Sniper, and Maryville is trying to come back. Maryville is trying to save the game. A kill going over onto Sword by Evan, and it looks like 4 dead are on the side of 100 next, while only 2 are on for Maryville. Array's the last person left, but even with that Baron buff, it looks like Maryville are going to go for the push.
Maryville manages to split the fight. It doesn't matter that the Baron goes the way of 100x. Teleport into the mid lane. The death timers are long. I don't think they're long enough to end the game. However, Maryville has bought themselves a new lease on life in this game. Array completely zoned out of that fight, not able to do any damage whatsoever. The package was good, but not great. And with Fnatic dropping early, it was just all too easy. The Bastion of Collegiate is fighting back here in the mid to late game.
What a game this has been. Looked like 100 Next had a position to try and save and try to end this game quickly, but instead Maryville trying to come back, picking up the dragon. But let's take another look at this replay. Big shock blast from Array, and then this is what happens after that.
Yeah, so the Baron is focused down by 100x. The tanks go in to try to zone. However, Fnatic is not that tanky. Remember, no true tanks. And then it's the chase down. Look at Array, nowhere to be found all the way on the other side of Baron Pit. And with all the health bars so low, Sterix having already been popped on Sniper, a lot of flashes already down, Lee Sin already dead. There's just no fight left in the team, unfortunately, and with the Victor, the Jhin, and the Jace just running you down, doing damage from a screen away. If Jinx is not able to reset, there's no way in hell that you're going to win that fight if you're 100x. Fortunately, the Baron does go their way, as if the Baron drops, you might actually be worried about the game ending right there, but mid inhibitor gets dropped, and 100x has been faltering for the last few minutes now. If we take a look at the gold, looking like a bit of a mountain, and we're seeing the other side of that mountain swinging back in Maryville's favor. They're only down about 1,500 if we look at that Baron power play. Negative 1,500. And remember, the Baron itself gives you 1.5k, so they are down 3,000 since the Baron was taken.
It's still 100 Thieves on the push. Important to note that a lot of the turrets that they would have maybe taken off the Baron buff were not available for the taking since they already have been killed. So at this point, anything that 100 Next wants to do to try with his Baron buff is just going to have to be towards ending the game. Array still is wearing purple and is going to just try and drive this mid lane wave into the Maryville base. And it looks like Maryville have still, gone for the defensive approach here. They don't want to push up too far and lose the game off of one simple pick, because we saw what happens when somebody goes a little bit far forward on this Maryville squad.
Absolutely. The big disparity is that Array still has flash. Meanwhile, Shady does not have his curtain has been called, however.
Sniper already has the Sterix pop, forced to pop the ultimate early. Fnatic gonna go dashing in, but ends up getting taken down by the charm of Shady, and the rest of the re-engage from Maryville is true. Guardian Angel pop onto General Sniper. Will have to try and get away, but the shock blast from Niles will take him down.
There's a reset.
RL has fallen to sword on the other side, but Kind has jumped over and
There's
one-shot Dondre. Array picks up the kill and does have the resets coming out. It's a 3v2 for now. Maryville still have the numbers advantage, but Array is still alive for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and 100x, they still got their two big carries. The front line got popped almost instantly. Again, it's the Jason, the Jhin, doing damage from so far away. The curtain, once again, being called to start up the fight. Evan RL has been landing the shots and snipers. Sterix was popped early once again. Dominus had to be blown. And I mean, just look at this front line. They're all half HP before the fight's even really started. Fnatic goes in to try to get things going. However, he gets one shot. Unfortunately, the cooldowns are mostly down for Maryville by this point. And here comes the strength of the carry sword. Picks up one reset, Kind goes in, tries to finish up the support, but critically, a stun does go down, giving over the second reset. And it does mean that the fight is relatively even. 100x, they are still in this game. Maryville is still in this game. Both these teams are throwing haymakers at each other. It just seems like 100x, they're the ones pushing the base, but Maryville keeps saying no.
And a huge shout out to Shady in that fight. As soon as Fnatic jumped in, instantly activated the quickness, ran straight into the jungler's arm to prevent any sort of tick from going down onto the Maryville side. And Shady has been responsible for so many crucial engages for his team, just in his career and also in this game specifically. Had a couple of points where he was caught out just a tad, but besides that has really straightened up his gameplay recently in the last couple of minutes and has made some very critical plays to keep Maryville alive in this one.
Absolutely. So as the game slows down once again, now 35 minutes in, 21-16 is the kill score, 8-6 is the tower score. Gold is nearly irrelevant. Most carries have their items, 4 for each on the side of 100. Next, meanwhile, there is 4 on this Victor. not quite on the gin here for Maryville, but Baron spawning at 30 seconds. Dragon Soul Point spawning in just a little more than that. It is only a Cloud Soul, but remember, it is back to movement speed on these Cloud Dragons in Season 12. I would expect Baron to be the focus, however, as it is the one that would be most likely to end the game. Maryville seems like they're going to try to push through the top side. 100x on the bottom. Shady looking for a bit of a flank. He is seen on a control ward, could be caught.
Oh yeah, has to be careful. Donbray could have pulled the trigger there. Don't know if that would have been to too much success, but once again, the Baron has respawned, and once again, it looks like 100 Thieves want to start it up again. This looks like they continuously want to push Maryville to fight them, and they are chunking out the Baron very, very low. Now at half HP, Kind Jungle still not in the pit. Here comes the package coming in from Sword. Niles pops the GA. Crucial cooldown there, but Kind Jungle is instantly taken down. And another rocket will come through from Sword to take down Shady. Niles falls again. Evan and Get Back have to get out, or else the game will end. And it might just do that anyway. Fnatic dashing forward with the Ward Hop, landing the Sonic Wave on to Get Back. Does he get into range to finish the job? Not just yet. Evan and Get Back will get out for now, but it's 3 dead on the side of Maryville. 100x have the push.
Get Back surviving is huge. The Victor might be able to clear the wave, but they have no front line, and all the tanks are still alive. It was 3 for 0 in the fight. 100x, just beautiful team fighting. What they had been doing wasn't working, so they adapted. They package early. They find Niles. They find Kai, and now here comes the dive.
Taking down Get Back, instantly shut down. Evan picks up one onto the support, but it will not matter. Array finalizes the game with the completed ace. Shady will try to save it, but it will not happen. 100 next will continue their dominance throughout the Proving Grounds Open qualifiers and go 3-0 after the win over Maryville.
What a game. Maryville showing that they came to play in this tournament. However, 100x, the future of North America, takes down the #1 collegiate team in what may have been a longer game than they bargained for, but a beautiful team fight in front of the Baron. I thought it was going to be the same situation that we had seen 8 minutes ago in front of the Baron, where they were nearly aced, only Array surviving. But again, they changed it up. What they had been doing wasn't working. They recognized that. They came up with a solution. The early package and engage from Donbray and Sword onto Niles. They get the Guardian Angel. They get the Talon. And with Kind down, a reset coming through as well, they win the fight.
Yeah, and that was the big difference between that first Baron fight and the second Baron fight. Sword, in the first Baron fight, used the package only onto Donbray primarily, but in this time, using it offensively to try and take down Niles, who was the primary damage dealer for the team at the later stages of the game. As we take a look at the gold graph, Sword putting up the most damage on his team, despite Array coming out with a lot of kills. And it just shows how much power both of these marksmen had at the end of the game.
Absolutely, and it's also showing how strong Corky can be. And Sword proving why he was still in Academy mid last year. He may have role swapped to support, but you don't get to Academy for nothing, doing the most damage on his team. And Corky Jinx, I think this is something we're going to start seeing a lot, either against each other or paired with each other, because the amount of late game damage that you can get on both sides of the spectrum from these two ADCs is absolutely immense. And even though the Victor actually did the highest damage in the game, so a monster performance coming through from Get Back, just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, not enough just yet. And with that, 100 Thieves Next will officially have been qualified to the main stage of the Proving Grounds Open qualifiers, which will be beginning tomorrow. For Maryville, they'll have to win one more game. Odds are that they will be able to, take maybe one of their next two at least against one of their future opponents in order to secure a spot in the group stage, especially after a performance like that. But either way, congratulations to 100 Thieves. Still have more games to play, obviously, but you can take a deep breath and know that you'll be playing again another day.
Yeah, absolutely. In Maryville, as you said, they've got plenty of opportunities left. They came in only needing one win today in 3 games, and dropping a game to the #2 seeded team in the tournament is absolutely not a poor performance by any stretch of the imagination. And in fact, they made 100x fight for it a lot more than they had. So very nicely done to them. However, it was not quite enough. 100 Thieves are the winners in our first game after an insane game.
Yeah, insane is a great word to put to that one, but we still have 2 more to play after that. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, round 4 of the open qualifier brackets shall begin. We'll get one of the matchups right here on Unified Live. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. We are here at the start of day 2 of the Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifiers number 1, Open Qualifiers. And with me here for a pre-game interview is Maryville's top laner, Niles, fresh off a 2-0 day 1. The top lane king has returned, and Niles, thanks for joining us. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Good to be here. Glad to be back at Maryville and playing with the boys. It's feeling good so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you were previously with Golden Gardens, just went back to Maryville this year. But first off, let's get a short introduction of who you are, because maybe some people haven't been following the NA scene whatsoever here. So, in one sentence, Niles, how would you describe yourself?
The king of collegiate. That's me. And then I'm just the king. And took last year off to play professionally, and decided it wasn't really for me. And back at school, back to reclaim the throne.
Fair enough. The king has returned, as we said. And you mentioned coming back to Maryville University here, back to collegiate. You're hoping to win it all. Is that the only goal you have coming back to collegiate here?
I think it's not the only goal. It's definitely the most important goal is winning collegiate. But back in 2019 and 2020 when I was here playing in the amateur circuit, we took top three both times, playing with all the amateur teams, and we were by far the strongest collegiate program. And I'm definitely looking forward to solidifying Maryville as someone who not only is the best in collegiate, but can compete with the best semi-pro teams and academy teams as well.
Yeah, for sure. And even last year in 2021, without your presence there, Maryville still had a strong presence here in the Proving Ground circuit. So having you back, I'm sure it can only get stronger here. But now, you took a year off of school a little bit. Now that you're back in Maryville, how's life back on campus? I believe you mentioned this is your first week back.
Yeah, first week back at school. I actually just had my first in-person class today. It's been good. It's been a nice balance. I just love being around my teammates doing things non-league related. It's brought a lot of balance in my life, and that makes me very, very happy. So yeah, I'm feeling great being back at Maryville.
Yeah, touch grass as it were, get
Yeah,
to know your
touch
friends a
grass.
little
Yeah.
bit. But this is a very different Maryville roster that you're coming back to compared to when you're in collegiate. So you're probably
Yeah.
what, the most veteran player on the team right now?
Me and Shady. Yeah, me and Shady.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're coming back, of course, with LCS Academy experience. I'm sure they're looking to you a lot. How's the team dynamic right now?
We're still figuring out the team dynamic because we actually went into the first day with 0 scrims, so we haven't played a single
Wow.
scrim together. Yeah, yeah. So we're still figuring out our team dynamic because this group of 5 players hasn't never played together before. So
Mhm.
we're figuring out what needs to be communicated, how people communicate, how we play around each other better. Some things need to be said, some things don't need to be said, just all these sort of things, rotations. We're figuring all that out. I think. We learned a lot about each other in the first day, so just looking to build on that going into the second day.
Oh, for sure. And new team, new meta as well. Lots of
Hmm.
changes coming through. But
Oh yeah.
honestly, when I watched your games against Dark Matter and Bay State there, you guys looked really solid. So it's definitely a really great start. And, for you yourself personally now, you had 2 wins on day 1. You've got another 3 games today. How do you think you've performed so far personally?
I think I played pretty bad the first game. It was pretty funny. I was playing Akshan, and I got so killed by Orm because I didn't realize. So I tried to E, and I collided with his pillar. I collided with the
Yeah.
Q that came with the ground, and then I was like, "Oh goodness!" I didn't even think about that. I was like, "Oh no!" And so that was a big mistake for me. And then that game, I mean, I played okay. The Orn game, I think I played pretty solidly. Just
Mhm.
uh, played weak side. Orn versus Renekton. Orn's supposed to go down a lot of CS, 20, 30 CS, and I was up in CS. So I think I played
Yeah.
really solidly that game. And I think my mid game has been on point the past 2 days in terms of where I need to be on the map and securing objectives for my team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Maryville as a whole looked very in control with the map rotations there, with the map movements.
Yeah.
And, touching a little bit on that top side, I mean, you're known as a very dominant top laner, but you're picking up the Ornn here. Is that because of the meta that we're currently seeing, or do you just think in general,
I think Ornn is strong in the meta right now, but it was mostly
Mhm.
because I saw their composition yesterday and they picked LeBlanc as their only AP source. And whenever you're doing that, it's very dangerous if you don't see the entire comp because tanks, you're not going to blow your entire combo on Ornn, right? In a team fight, you're going to lose the team fight as LeBlanc. So I just saw any tank would have been great in the situation, a Malphite or a Tom Kench or an Ornn. I just felt like playing the Ornn on that day, and yeah, it was just a good pick in the situation.
Yeah, fair enough, right? And in regards to the actual meta right now, what do you think of the meta, especially in the top lane? Because I've heard from some other players, some coaches, they feel like the top lane meta kind of opened up a little bit, that there's a lot of different possibilities, a lot of different champions you can put in there, and feels like a lot of emphasis on more trying to fit your team composition and counter picks. Do you agree?
I think that the champion pool for top lane actually narrowed a lot with the
Okay.
TP changes, because being unable to TP out of lane really hurts some champions. Champions
Mhm.
like Camille are really good at skirmishing, right? And they want to TP bot and they can ult someone, secure a kill, gank them very easily. But other champions like Gangplank or Jace, they don't necessarily like to TP out of their lane. And so being forced to TP back to top lane, the more lane-centric top lane champions are stronger and they're more emphasized. Whereas the champions that want to roam, you can't really play them as well. So I would say that the top lane meta has narrowed a lot with the TP changes.
Okay, interesting, interesting. So, GP, that's your wheelhouse as well. So, looking forward to see if we
Yeah,
start seeing some of that coming.
we haven't gotten desperate enough to bring it out yet, but we'll see if if we start dropping games, see what happens.
You make it sound like you don't enjoy GP. You just play him for the wins there, the free elo.
Winning's fun, you know.
Definitely fair enough there. And going into day two here, you've got 3 more games, 2-0. You just need 1 more to secure a spot in the main event. So, of course, every win counts. It gives you points. But specifically tonight, you guys are going up against 100 Thieves next year. And I'm sure you've heard the hype around that roster, specifically the top lane. One of the most hyped new amateur talents, General Sniper there. What are your thoughts on General Sniper, and how do you feel about the matchup between you and him in the top lane?
I think he's pretty solid on his champions, and I think that he has the potential to be a great player. I think what he needs more than anyone is someone to tell him hard truths, and I don't know if he's getting that right now because he really needs to expand his champ pool. He only plays 2 champions pretty much, and
Mm.
someone needs to tell him that like he needs to expand his champ pool. And I just hope he's getting that, and I think he'll be one of the great North American tops, but he has a long way to go.
And I'm sure you're prepared to show him some hard truths tonight. And now, so I just can't help but think back I think it was 6 months ago, you did an interview with the Proving Grounds podcast, talking about small champion pools and about the fact that small champ pools don't necessarily limit you if you're really good at picking them into a whole variety of matchups here. Do you think General Sniper quite ready? How much more of a champ pool expansion do you think he's going to need here to deal with you?
I think it's more so learning a mindset shift. So like for me, I was in the same situation that he was in, where I
Mhm.
could only play carries, I can only go forward, right? I can only do this, and adding things like Orin to my champion pool really diversified my playstyle and taught me a lot about my role in the general game as a top laner. I don't have to carry every game, so it, small champions can be effective. But what I'm saying is playing different champions actually teaches you more about top lane, so you can apply to every champion. Does that make sense? So
Mhm.
that's what I'm trying to say is that you learn certain things playing Ornn or just other tanks or bruisers or yeah.
Definitely. And hey, that's what amateurs for as well, right? You're new, you're learning, and eventually, maybe not this year from the sounds of it, or at least not this split, but maybe he'll come and challenge your throne
Yeah,
there, Niles,
yeah. I think he definitely has the potential to be, like I said, one of the great North American tops.
for sure. Now, moving beyond just 100 Thieves Knicks as well, there's, of course, the potential that you might be facing off against your former team there, Golden Guardians
Oh
Academy.
yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
I think that'd be really fun. Just it's also funny because Tony Top is their top
Yep.
laner, and I was just playing. I've always had sort of like a rivalry, I guess, with him before we played in amateur, and then in academy, and I always get the best of him. So I'm really confident if I'm going versus Tony in that matchup. But it should be fun playing versus Iconic and just the boys.
Yes, sounds good. But you probably will have to win against 100 Thieves Knicks first, and it
Mhm.
definitely looks really cool going that way there. Hopefully undefeated, and yeah, it sounds like a plan for the open qualifiers here. Now, moving away from the more serious questions here now, is if you were stranded on an island in the middle of nowhere, which League of Legends champion would you want to be stranded with?
Oh goodness, what League of Legends champion would I want to be stranded with in the middle of nowhere? Ooh, probably Nami, right? You ever seen Moana?
Nami.
You ever seen
Yes,
Moana? She
yes.
controls the tides, right? Nami's like the Moana of League of Legends, right? So, you know, and we get some sing-alongs going like I see what's happening here, right? You just it could be a good time if we bring Nami along. So yeah, I'll go with Nami.
For sure, get you off the island as well. You know, when I had this question, I was thinking top lane's an island. So top lane Nami possibility coming in.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm sort of saying something. If you pick it up, put it down. You know.
Okay, guys, against Maryville, ban Nami. That's apparently the secret leak here. Thanks for your time, Niles. Really appreciate the information you're giving us here. Talking about all this stuff. And last, and before we sign off here, is there anything you'd like to say or shout out to your fans and viewers watching?
Just thanks for everyone cheering for me while I was at Golden Guardians and now at Maryville. I hope you can continue to cheer for us, and we'll put on a good show.
Okay, thank you, Niles, and best of luck. I'm looking forward to you once more resuming your throne, Maryville, top of collegiate and challenging amateur.
All right, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for round 4 of the Proving Grounds Open qualifier presented by Unified. I'm Grapes. This is Hawk. I forgot to change the signs back there. That is something that happened. But, I mean, I think it's all worth it because of the crazy game that we just had versus Maryville and 100 Thieves. But we've got another one between two other teams that are still undefeated in the bracket. Golden Guardians Academy going up against No Team.
Yeah, GGA up against No Team. The Academy team versus those that have none is a very spicy matchup to continue their quest into being undefeated. And hey, don't forget to check out over on Unified 2. We've got 100 next, who we just saw on this channel, up against Immortals AOE for the other undefeated spot. So definitely some very exciting matchups to be catching in this time slot. You do not want to be missing them. And Graves, like you said, this matchup is going to be so incredibly exciting. No Team just pulled off the upset on a wild card.
I believe this is one of the first times that we are seeing Golden Guardians Academy on stream as well, as they will be going up against No Team, the team that, as you said, Hawk, took down Wildcard and what some could consider an upset when you take a look at the seeding of those teams. And I think the game ended rather quickly. I think No Team just decided to pick a sort of early game composition, and they really ended up rolling with it and taking that early dub. And we'll see if that same kind of strategy will work out for them as they go up against maybe a bit of a higher regarded team in GGA.
Yeah, GGA, definitely no slouch of an opponent. Not that Wildcard is, but this is the full-on Academy team, #1 seed for the tournament, and it's easy to see why. So many of their players have LCS experience. In fact, 4 of their players out of the 5 have LCS experience, and Tony Top has been in Academy for a couple of years now. So there's a lot of experience, a lot of skill, and Golden Guardians Academy, they came into this tournament looking to use it more or less as practice. And we'll have to see if No Team lives up to be just practice, or if they'll be able to take down the Titan.
Absolutely. And you were saying, Hawk, 4 out of 5 players have played in Academy. Played in the LCS last year. 3 of them, Iconic, Stixay, who is subbing in for Violet, and Chime, were literally on the same LCS team last year. They were on Golden Guardians. So the synergy is still there. A lot of, the players have super high skills. So I'm really excited to see how they match up, as this is the first time that we'll be able to cover them here on Unified Live. And yeah, the first Academy team that has made their first step in the 2022 season.
Absolutely. Now, to get to 3-0, No Team is obviously not lacking in talent either, and they do have their fair share of experience. Dragoon was the top laner for Dignitas Mirage, very well known for his carry play, and Scooped and Plux are a bot lane that did play for Revival and had a lot of success there as well. So there is experience on their roster. There's talent in all 5 positions. They wouldn't be 3-0 without it. It's just, as we've been saying, matched up against Golden Guardians Academy, you've got to play the best game that you have probably in the open qualifier right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, getting to 4-0 against an Academy team definitely would be a very impressive task here for No Team, but might be a little bit more difficult than not. But you mentioned some of the players on No Team, Hawk, that have a lot of experience. I want to talk about some of the ones that don't have a lot of experience. We had General Sniper in that last game for 100 Thieves Next, who's 15 years old. There's another 15-year-old on No Team, and his name is Griffin, the jungler for this squad. A very, very talented young player, has been known for, hitting Challenger when he was very little, starting at the age of 8 on a little laptop or something. So the growth of him has been really amazing, and seeing him finally as well entering this amateur space is very, very exciting for North America.
Yeah, another exciting young player. I mean, it's absolutely incredible how much young talent, because at the end of the day, Proving Grounds is about young North American talent that can challenge the top level. I mean, imagine if the 15-year-old Griffin took down LCS jungler, experienced jungler Iconic. That would be absolutely incredible. And just the fact that we do have these young players here and playing some incredibly good League of Legends, already 3-0, already into the main group stage for this qualifier, is just absolutely incredible. So yeah, absolutely big shout out to Griffin. But of course, as we've been saying, their opponent will not be easy to take down. But just imagine the storylines if they did.
We're about to get underway for the draft between Golden Guardians Academy and No Team. A reminder that both of these teams have already qualified into the main stage of the Proving Grounds qualifier that will be starting tomorrow. The only impact that this game has, which is pretty large, is for 1, seeding, and 2, for adding additional qualification points in for getting into the actual Proving Grounds tournament happening on later in the spring. So for games like this for No Team, definitely are still important because you want to get as high seeding as possible to continue to succeed moving down the line. You also want to get those extra qualification points, as there's only 2 tournaments here, Hawk, so any slight margin of points really could mean a lot.
Yeah, not only that, I feel like these games matter so much for confidence, too, for each of your players. Whether or not it's just Golden Guardians Academy getting to prove that they can go 5-0 here in the open qualifier, or whether or not it's No Team potentially being able to take down this Academy team would just be an absolutely massive confidence booster heading into the season. Remember, this is only these teams' 4th game of 2022. There's hundreds of games left to be played, so that confidence can go such a long way. Now, being that they're already in, I will be interested to see if maybe there's some different strategies tried, some different picks pulled out. Nothing too far off the beaten path, of course, but maybe mixing it up just that little bit, or whether or not we will see standard meta. However, as draft is upon us here, coming up in just a minute or so, we do have not only is No Team up against an Academy team in the sense that, these Academy players are all extremely talented and have this experience behind them, but they're also up against the full weight of the resources that Golden Guardians Academy has. Their coaches, their staff, all of that, and No Team are exactly that. They have No Team. They don't have all of those resources to them. So in this draft, I feel like could be a potential place where that might show.
Yeah, and you see that already with, Stixay, their positional coach in the bot lane, subbing in for the at least the beginning of this tournament, as Violet, for the player that is originally from Oceania, has not yet been a part of this Academy team so far. So it'll be very interesting to see how the staffing really matches up here for Golden Guardians Academy, as we have entered the draft here for Game 4. Reminder that both of these teams sitting at 3-0. The 4 best teams in terms of record so far in the open qualifiers, 2 of them are right here, and the game is going to start right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Draft is underway. And remember, if you want to catch those other 2 3-0 teams, 100X and AoE, Immortals AoE, hop over to Unified 2. You can see them there. But it is a Heck Room looking like it's going to be banned out. So we just talked about the 15-year-old jungler, and Griffin seems like there might be throwing a ban his way to try to keep him down.
Yeah, I mean, and Griffin has a lot of history here on the Heck Room. I believe even played it in that last game that they had against Wildcard. Very, very skilled on that champion. So very, it makes a lot of sense for it to be taken away from him. On the other side, when you're trying to ban against a team like Golden Guardians Academy, it's really hard to decide which sort of areas you want to focus on. You have Tony Top, who can place a wide variety of strong side top laners. You have Ryoma, who has a whole lot of variety as well. And you have Stixay, who you might remember has been very, very good at Caitlyn in the past, and who's a champion that has a very, very high presence so far in this tournament. It's that Caitlyn.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if No Team opts to ban that one out, because as you said, Stixay, back in the day, way back in like 2015, 2016, was renowned for his Caitlyn. So it's definitely something I would expect to see come through and maybe even be first picked if it is left up and available. But a matchup that I kind of want to dive into a little bit that I feel like we didn't talk about too much is Tony Top up against Dragoon, because Dragoon has proven himself to be one of the more mechanically talented top laners in the amateur scene over the last year or so. Meanwhile, Tony Top has been in Academy now in his 2nd year, I do believe, and again, very mechanically talented. So getting to see sort of some of the best that Amateur has to offer up against some of the best that Academy has to offer is extremely exciting up there on the top side.
Yep, both of these top laners played in Proving Grounds in the spring split. Dragoon, as a member of Dignitas Mirage, didn't have the best performance, but still, even getting to that stage as an amateur player is obviously very impressive. And speaking of Dragoon, there's that signature Darius takeaway. Don't want
Respect
that
ban
into the hands of the No Team top laner. And on the other side, Twisted Fate and Lulu taken off the table here for Golden Guardians Academy. We'll see what the last ban here for No Team is, and it'll be interesting to see where Golden Guardians decides to focus their draft resources here in the early rotation.
Yeah, Caitlyn is up, but the Bard, maybe Hovered for Chime. I don't expect to see that one first pick, however, it would be very exciting. Yeah, Caitlyn being Hovered right there, but very respectful bans coming through from Golden Guardians Academy, and I like this a lot. The Hecarim, the LeBlanc, the Darius, just sort of taking off some of these signature playmakers that could really have a big impact on the game and potentially get out of control here if no team was given them, as it is actually the Thresh locked in. So Caitlyn not going to be banned out on the red side, not going to be first picked, and instead it seems that Golden Guardians Academy has their priority on the support.
Yeah, Caitlyn typically has been, kind of associated with things like the Lux and the Morgana when you think about where she fits into a sort of team composition. So seeing it with the Lux already taken away isn't necessarily the most surprising thing. You don't want to see that Caitlyn locked in early, but still, it is Stixxay, it is Caitlyn, so always a topic to bring up in that regard. On the other side, no team going to be locking in that Jinx early on for Scooped, and Fry4 might get his hands on that Karma as well.
Yeah, Karma coming through as the response into the Thresh. This is definitely a very strong lane. Actually, probably enough to beat Caitlyn Thresh, which is why the Thresh first pick is actually so curious to me. We might see Caitlyn fall through pick ban for, it's not happened very much this tournament. I don't know the exact number, but it has not happened too frequently. So very interesting draft so far, but Jinx and Karma, as I said, is a very strong lane phase, and it will be the Xin Zhao. It has been a standard jungle pick. Again, super good at buying space in team fights, phenomenal early game, great dueling power, and great gank setup. And again, Golden Guardians Academy seems like they're going to want to reserve their picks for Ryoma and Tony Top later on in the draft to get favorable 1v1s and try to just essentially skill check their opponents.
Yep, that Xin Zhao getting locked in alongside Stixxay on the Aphelios to match alongside that Thresh. So another traditional bot lane that you often see being locked in here as Golden Guardians Academy has finished off their first rotation. Lee Sin going to be the pickup here for Griffin. And we're talking about young prodigy junglers in this earlier discussion before the draft began. And having this Lee Sin, a champion that can provide so much impact if played correctly, is going to be really fun to see.
Yeah, a pretty standard pick into the Xin Zhao. We've been seeing these traded back and forth a lot in the tournament, and like you said, not only is their playmaking ability in the sense that Lee's extremely good early game, but hey, we saw one highlight reel insect yesterday. We could see it again if Griffin so chooses up against that immobile Aphelios there onto Stixxay. Very interesting seeing the Aphelios Thresh be the priority for Golden Guardians. Aphelios in this current meta, I feel like, is almost sort of a poor man's Jinx. It just does something similar, but a little bit worse than the Jinx. Now, it is still a very good champion. It's extremely good at team fighting, and Thresh with the Aphelios is a very traditional, very strong bot lane, as you did say, Grapes. However, I'm not seeing Caitlyn taken at all in this draft. It's just a very interesting observation, as we do see the second round of bans, lots of mid lane focus with the set getting taken away as well. More respect bans towards Dragoon.
Yep, and with both solo laners for both squads still left to be selected, targeting those champions in that second ban phase, definitely a good choice. But what is still up and available is this Victor for Blaze. Victor has been a champion that we've seen a lot in the open qualifiers so far. It seems to be that champion that people don't want to ban away, but will still end up going through in a draft.
Yeah, Victor's just generally very strong. It provides an incredible amount of teamfight damage in a very safe laning phase with great wave pressure. And paired up with the Karma and the Jinx, that's two strong, long-range backline carries being protected by those shields. Orianna actually going to be the response into the Victor. Not something we've been seeing too much, I feel like, in preseason and Season 12. But it is a traditional sort of pick into the Victor. You can bully it early until Hex Core comes online. Once the Hex Core comes through, Victor generally is favored in that matchup due to its ability to shove the waves and just leave. But early on, Orianna will outdamage, will outpressure. So if GGA wants to play for a little bit more of an early game focus, maybe up towards this blind pick Gwen, and there's Xin Zhao, it would be the pick to do it.
I saw the Jax, and I was like, Tony, you got to do it. But instead, will be the Gwen here for Tony Top. Another very, very strong champion here for the top laner here for Golden Guardians Academy. Jax normally more of a counter pick in this meta, but Dragoon will be locking in his signature Gangplank to go match up against this Gwen. It's a matchup that I feel like me and Hawk, we've seen in a lot of the in-houses recently, and two very strong top laners that it's not really sure which one really goes up on top.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Gangplank picked into Gwen, and I gotta be honest, I'm not really sold, like you said, in the in-houses. We actually saw Gwen manhandle this matchup. I believe it was Anime Girl up against Dragoon. Of course, Anime Girl is not in this game, but Tony Top might even be a better top laner, and it's most certainly a skill matchup. Gangplank is picked to scale in this matchup. You try to neutralize on the wave and then use your Cannon Barrage to have global presence. But if Gwen is able to play the matchup aggressively, especially with something like a Xin Zhao, if he gets ahead in the jungle up against this Lee Sin, you have to be very careful in this matchup if you are Dragoon. Of course, the Gangplank is quite a comfort pick for this player, so not entirely surprising in that sense to see it come out here in the R5 slot.
You mentioned scaling, Hawk. There's a whole lot of it for both of these teams as we have rounded out the drafts, getting ready to jump into this 4th round of the Open Qualifier, but the junglers are definitely more early game focused. You have Iconic on the Xin Zhao. You have Griffin on the Lee Sin. Both of these junglers are going to have to make some sort of impact early on to try and do something, because once the scaling comes in, it's not going to be as important for them to do a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like for the first 15 minutes of the game, we're going to be watching the junglers. And more specifically, I'm looking at Golden Guardians Academy to actually build a lead for themselves, play around this Gwen on the top side. Like I said, Orianna should have shove pre-Hex Core, which usually comes through at around 10-ish minutes for the victor. So you've got that amount of time where you should have mid priority. You've got the Xin Zhao, who generally is favored 1v1 up against the Lee Sin. And this Gwen that, as we mentioned, could do well into this Gangplank early on. So I'm really looking towards the top side of the map. If Golden Guardians Academy is able to get ahead, that could break the game wide open. But just as the story was last game, I feel like team fights will be where it is really decided.
Yeah, and there were a lot of explosive team fights in that last game, to say the least. Hope we see some more here in this one, Hawk. But just taking another step back before we load on to the Rift, this is Golden Guardians Academy going up against No Team, and this, I mean, when you take a look at the teams that are playing against, just the names of the teams, definitely seems like one of these organizations is favored over the other. But I mean, both of these teams have gotten this far, and we saw some really great things from No Team in our last matchup going up against Wildcard. So would be really excited to see how they continue to perform. Scoops had a great game on the Jinx in last game. So just one more level of comfort there as we have loaded on to the Rift finally. Golden Guardians Academy will be on your blue side. No Team will be on your red side. One of these teams will be walking away from this matchup with that 4-0 record.
Can the teamless take down the pros? That is the question that will be answered in about a half hour. If you do stick around, No Team looks like they're going for a bit of a 5-stack on the bottom side.
It's a bit scary. We've seen a lot of 5 stacks in the bottom lane so far in this event. Walking forward a little bit more is No Team. They will get spotted out by the ball coming out from Ryoma. Quick update looking around the names. Jashuka will be referring to as Freya, formerly known as Plux, down in the bottom side. And on the other side for Golden Guardians Academy, TFT Couch is Iconic.
Yep, and the 5-stack was a little tense. We saw the Orianna ball in the bush. No one died, not like the first game that we had yesterday. And another interesting thing to note about that play is that actually Iconic went up to the top side there and put down a ward. It was a solo mission. It was 4v5 down there on the bottom side, but not really too much coming of it.
Not much just yet, and it looks like both the junglers will be starting up towards the top side, focusing on those pivotal bottom lanes. Interestingly enough, though, yeah, look at Scoop.
Scoop to use Cleanse, yeah, under tower. Almost missed that one, but so that is a cooldown that won't be available. Now, Golden Guardians does not know that is down, but this could be pivotal early on. Does not look like that'll curb their aggression, though, as they are postured forward in this bush.
Yeah, going for a bit of a bluff, so to speak, I think, is this double range matchup here of Scoop and Freya. They'll get the early push, I think, to start off, but we'll see what happens after that with the Summoner Spell advantage. Nice chunk on to Tony Top by Dragoon to start that lane off. Just a whole lot of trading back and forth to start this.
Yeah, the biggest thing in this matchup is Dragoon should be able to control the wave early on here up against this Gwen. Pre-6, but once level 6 comes through, the big-time combat ultimate there of the Gwen will start to tip the matchup in her favor, as Dragoon will likely be holding onto the Cannon Barrage A, because it has a much longer cooldown, and B, to use it globally. Both junglers are pathing down here towards the bottom side, and also both skipped camps in their clears, so they are onto their second buffs after doing just 2, so something to keep note of. We might see some early action down here, especially with the health bars and heavy trading being low that we saw down there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, trading in the mid lane as well. Look at that. Blaze taken down to about 30% HP from Ryoma's Orianna. Ryoma, a player that, you know, has garnered a decent amount of criticism back in the past, but showed last split why he is still one of the top mid laners that we have here in North America. Winning Proving Grounds with the 100 Thieves Academy, has moved over to GGA for a bit of a fresh start. Right now, looking pretty good with that 5 CS lead. Now, looks like Iconic has made his way down to the bottom side, finishing off that Krug camp and maybe looking for a potential play.
Yeah, both junglers are converging. However, it is Griffin that is actually pathing potentially back up towards the bottom side, but no, he's just going to do his wolves and walk into the river. He has bot lane priority for this. Iconic is still hanging around for a gank. They really want this one. A lot of time being wasted.
Oh, that's a hook going in onto Chime. Freya knows that he's dead. First blood going over to Stixay.
Yeah, Freya just getting hooked up under tower there. I mean, a pretty costly mistake. You'd have to think it nicely done there by Chime. Blaze now getting traded on his junglers here.
Yeah, nice safeguard out from Griffin, who's going to try to look to trade here onto Ryoma. Just a nice set of engages by the jungler from No Team to prevent his mid laner from falling. Priority still in the mid lane now for Golden Guardians Academy, as you'll see.
Yeah, Blaze will be able to back, and I think that's the most important thing. And I see it's the flash flay. That's what we missed right there. Chime, very nicely done, able to hit that one up and take first blood onto this Aphelios, which could be pretty impactful as the game progresses. 700 is the gold lead, give or take here for Golden Guardians Academy, as everyone is pretty much just farming, but Blaze is significantly behind here in this Orianna matchup.
Yeah, I think that's where a decent chunk of that gold difference is coming from at the moment, aside from the first blood already picked up here for GGA. Griffin, though, has made his way up to the top side. Barrel will barely miss here onto Pony top, who will use a skip slash to get out. Dragoon just going to continue to push this wave in. Don't think we're going to see too much action unless Iconic has something to say about it.
Yeah, junglers have converged, but look at Chime. Chime is in the mid lane, so he does have inside track on this if he chooses to roam. Zinzao's here.
Here we go. Griffin looking to go for the dive onto Tony. Top going to tank tower aggro first. Tony dashes away from the Q and doesn't look like he's going to die. Will finally fall to the parlay, but Dragoon is not so lucky. Will fall to Iconic on the backside. It is a 1-for-1. Could have been a whole lot better for No Team, but at least they get that kill.
Tony with the fancy feet, dodging the resonating strike with the skip and slash, then flashing away from Dragoon so he can't lay down the trial by fire auto attack. Ultimately, the Gwen does drop and is forced to use her teleport, so it's a pretty even play across the board. However, Tony definitely gets style points for that one for managing to stay alive for so long.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highlight play right there, turning that dive into a 1v1. But still an even trade for both sides. Ryoma is going to get rooted up here by Freya. Blaze is rather low, so can't walk too far without risking going down. So wave still in a decent spot for Blaze and the rest of No Team. Ryoma is going to have to just pick at some of the scraps as he tries to collect some farm.
Yeah, Ryoma, you know, not having to blow flash or anything, but getting chunked out pretty heavily there is just going to help out Blaze a lot in his lane. Blaze actually having a bit of an XP lead as well, despite being down in CS. Dragoon likewise has his ultimate available, so looking pretty nice, as we do see both the solo laners for the side of No Team are actually 1 and 2 in the XP department. And speaking of that GP ult, we could see a potential fight down here.
Freya might be in a bit of trouble again. Hook is going to miss, but that's the Gravitum locking it down. The Karma. Cannon Barrage, though, coming in is big from Dragoon, and Scoop will pick up the first kill of this engage. Iconic forced to flash away. Gets killing the Grom, but Scoop has a lethal tempo proc. The resets are coming through. A couple more autos could finish the job. The Rocket will save the support. Double kill going over to Scoop.
Double kill for Scooped, absolutely massive. We saw what a Jinx with 2 kills could do last game, and now Scooped is on line, the Berserker Greaves. And I was just talking about the Cannon Barrage, and it's Golden Guardians Academy that goes in without any globals available. So Chime, he finds a nice flay onto Freya, but there's no really damage follow-up. A good root zone Stixay out of the fight there from Scooped, and Chime simply not able to get out. And despite some fancy footwork here by the side of Iconic, is just not enough. That lethal tempo has the attack speed so high. One less rocket over the wall. Scooped is now online. The gold is now even. No team is fighting back against Golden Guardians Academy.
And this is one of the things that, we're at the beginning of the season. Some of these top teams, while they are, normally considered to be very, very strong, they do tend to, go for some over-aggressive plays, maybe try and limit test things a little bit. And it looks like No Team was able to punish that here. But take a look at the gold. It dipped right back in favor of No Team. Has equalized a bit as some of the waves have evened out as we speak. But No Team still putting up a fight. They want to make sure that everybody knows that they are still a threat against these Academy organizations.
Yeah, No Team feeling very good about their current position in this game, because remember, we said that this game was a lot about scaling, and I said that the team that probably wants to make the more proactive early game plays is Golden Guardians Academy. So the fact that No Team has been able to punch back and now has 2 kills on their Jinx, if they can accelerate some of that scaling, they might just be able to win the game. Of course, you still have to out-team fight your opponent, but as always, gold helps. And with the mid priority, we do see a roam down towards bot lane with 4 members. Ryoma's on the way, however.
Yeah, No Team actually making the first move on this play. Griffin is going to get locked down with the death sentence, trying to find Stixay, but he just won't be able to. Now, Golden Guardians Academy going for the push. Double kill, going over to Stixay, who still remains alive. Crescent Guard coming in from Iconic as well. Shime picks up the kill onto Scooped, and 1 more to follow as Ryoma will pick it up onto Freya. Bit of an over-aggressive play coming out from No Team will get punished by the Academy squad.
Disaster strikes there in the bottom lane for No Team. Golden Guardians Academy, they knew what was coming, they knew when it was coming, and they were there to counter it. No cannon barrage available, and look at Ryoma. He's coming down there on the minimap. Then the chakrams on Stixay. Red, white, don't fight. He lands the ulti, he stacks them up, and the damage is just too high. Scooped tries to go in and trade back 1, not able to find it. 4 for 0. That is a massive play in favor of Golden Guardians.
And just like that, gold right back to 2K in favor of GGA. 3-0-1 now on Stixay. So both of these bot laners have gotten decently fed, which just means talk that we're gonna have even more explosive late game team fights if we end up getting into that. Dragon has not been taken by either squad just yet. It is that Chemtech Drake, but now No Team with some priority around the river. Griffin could potentially make his way down here to try and take that objective, and it looks like that is what they will do.
Yeah, and Dragoon doing a nice job harassing up here on the top side, but important to note as well on that bottom lane play, not only did Ryoma get the kills for his team, or at least assist in those, but he also was actually able to push in the wave as Blaze sacked it to then roam down to the bottom side. So he's down about 20 CS now, a little bit less than that, going to be probably 15 or so after this wave is picked up. However, that is still definitely no small disadvantage here for Blaze, who was, again, first on the play, ends up losing out big.
10.5 minutes into this one, it was that trade of Dragon for Rift Herald between both of the teams. Iconic has that eye, could make a play on any lane of the map at the moment. Right now, things have kind of slowed down just a little bit. Golden Guardians Academy retaining a strong hold over this game.
Yeah, and Golden Guardians Academy, they just feel pretty confident about where they are. Iconic contesting mostly for River Vision, but there's not a whole lot of plays to be made. As I say that, Blaze could be in a bit of a pickle here as Iconic has snuck into the River Bush. Blaze has no flash.
Yep, flash forward, shockwave in. Blaze is dead. Last hit goes over to Ryoma.
I'm sorry, Blaze. I just fully caster cursed you. But no, really nicely done there from Golden Guardians Academy. Ryoma knows he doesn't have flash, pulls the trigger with his own, able to find the shockwave, and then the follow-up from Iconic was there. Another kill picked up by this Orianna. The scaling being accelerated even more. And now Scooped and Freya have to be careful down here on the bottom side as well, with their jungler having been in base. He is now coming down to the bottom side, but the threat is still here of a potential dive.
Yep, and Iconic still has that Eye of the Herald, so if they aren't able to go and pick up any kills, can maybe just end up taking down this entire turret. Not at the 14-minute mark, so no teleports can come in. Cannon Barrage is available on Dragoon, though. Griffin is in the area. Doesn't look like Golden Guardians Academy want to go more than just a couple of plates on that play. They're going to back out for now, maybe revisit the situation a little bit later.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Guardian is basically just strong-arming their way for a few plates. It's gold into the back pocket of Eurofelios, so Nothing wrong with that play, really. Maybe goading No Team into a potential overcommit. However, it could have been dangerous had a fight broken out with the Cannon Barrage, as you mentioned, being available. And no Unleashed teleport for Tony Top means that Dragoon could have potentially teleported to his own tower to join the fight a lot sooner. Either way, both the teams will just go back to farming, but the gold has ballooned to about 2,500 in favor of Golden Guardians Academy thanks to the kills, the tower plates, and the farm.
It just seems like it slowly but surely keeps going up here, Hawk. And if we take a look at the gold, that's where Golden Guardians Academy want to have their resources in. Stixxay and Ryoma leading the charge in the resource department, and they are definitely going to be very, very big damage dealers as the game progresses, and even right now.
Yeah, Blaze all the way down there too. Look at that, only 4,000 to his name. He's about caster math. About 1,200 behind his opposite number.
Number one
that
goal.
is a lot of gold to be down. Basically, you know, Ryoma's feeling very good about where he is in this game. And not only that, but he's only ahead of both the supports and his own jungler. So Blaze being kept down pretty heavily in this game. That could be critical later on, because remember, we keep talking about it. Accelerating the scaling. Right now, Golden Guardians is accelerated, and Scooped is feeling pretty good about where he is. Blaze is not. So if, you know, this Jinx is the only one doing the damage in these mid-game team fights, it's going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah, I mean, one carry is better than two, as Tony Top has to just get away from that with the Hollowed Mist. Griffin hasn't made as many impactful plays around the map as Iconic has, and because of that, I think a lot of the carries here of No Team are just slightly behind their opponents. And I think, as we mentioned earlier on, as we were talking about the draft, the jungler's impact is going to be very hard felt before these plates ended up falling. And after all said and done, it's Iconic's team that's ahead.
Yeah, it feels like Griffin and the rest of No Team have just been struggling to set up their plays a little bit. Very opportunistic approaches. You know, Cannon Barrage being burned for basically nothing there on the top side. Yeah, Dragoon's able to crash the wave, but doesn't even end up taking a recall on it to try to potentially bully out Tony Top right there. So, you know, it's hard because Golden Guardians Academy has done a very good job of warding their sides. They know where Griffin generally is. They're playing very defensively and not allowing for a window to open up, but No Team also, it feels like they've struggled just a bit to really open up some sort of window for themselves.
Yep, and it looks like they're going to try to continue to push that advantage here with Iconic in the area around the bottom side. No tower has been taken just yet, but as I say that, Stixxay will collect that added gold from the first tower being taken of the game. Looks like Ryoma is going to try to do some of the same here on his side of the map, but can't take that down just yet. Dragon has spawned. It will be Iconic and the rest of Golden Guardians Academy picking that one up, as No Team is grouping up around this Raptor pit.
Yeah, it seems like they were trying to contest for some of these control wards on the top side, but they didn't actually have full information about where Golden Guardians Academy was, so they didn't feel confident walking in. And just look at this river vision that has been set up here by Golden Guardians Academy. 5 control wards in that sort of river corridor from top lane to bot lane. They have control of both sides of the map. Yeah, No Team has some vision. Ryoma does need to be careful.
Looking for some sort of play. Flash kick coming in from Griffin will land the Sonic Wave, and with the final laser, Blaze will finally get on the board with a kill. Nice group play coming out from No Team, as Griffin was the one to begin the engage and finish the job.
Yeah, right. Almost had the outplay right there with the shockwave, but a good flash kick from Griffin right there just to knock him into the wall, hold him in place just for that extra split second right there was all he needed, and fortunately able to tag the Q on the backside of that as well. Does mean that they at least pick up 1 kill. A lot burned, however, for not much more than a kill and some denied minions. Getting gold into the back pocket of your Victor is definitely what your team needs at this point. As we crest the 16-minute mark, the gold has stayed pretty stagnant since we last checked in. 3,500 is the lead. It's grown slightly, but nothing insurmountable yet, as Herald is being soloed right now by Iconic.
Yep, so it looks like Golden Guardians Academy will go 2 for 2 on the Shellys in this game. Have a lot of turrets that are at lower levels of HP, especially down there in the mid lane. So would be a pretty easy target for GGA to just pop it mid, maybe get a little bit of extra gold into the hands of Stixxay, and continue to push their advantage forward. They're just, yeah, Golden Guardians GGA retaining priority around almost all of their lanes. Tony Top is, you know, stuck under his turret a little bit with Griffin in the area, but it doesn't look like he will care about that too much, as Chime will flash forward and force the kill for that scoop. Blaze, though, looking over the kill onto Ryoma, and he'll get it! What an outplay coming out from
Blaze!
Blaze.
Blaze just solo killed Ryoma right there on the top side. Seemed like Ryoma got a little too spicy for himself right there. Now Griffin here on the bot lane.
Gonna try to look for it. Griffin misses the Q crucially and now has to just use the kick to get away. Tony Top surviving yet another dive.
Tony Top showing his mechanics right here on the Gwen. The footwork to outplay his second dive of the game, basically. Scooped, blowing Cleanse. I'm not sure if he thought that was Gravitum Ultimate. That was just the Infernum, so Cleanse kind of blown for nothing right there, too. And it's just going to be a recall coming through here from No Team as we are going to take another look. Ryoma goes in, tries, I assume, to use the Shockwave, but it is the Flash. No, he does get hit. Flash forward after, into the Gravity Well. Chaos Storm, dead. Ryoma, yeah, just too far forward. Thought he was a little bit stronger than he was. That was a Luden's Victor, and Luden's Victor does a lot of damage, so nicely done right there by Blaze to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, and as you said, very, very big kill going over to Blaze, as he was the one who was the farthest behind his opponent last time we checked the gold. But if we can take a look again, I believe those 2 kills that this Victor ended up collecting definitely had some sort of impact. Yeah, he went from,
absolutely.
I think, 8th up to 4th in that category. Ryoma still up by about a kill's worth, but definitely a better place for Blaze to be in at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and look at top lane. Dragoon is actually up big time right now on Tony Top. The 3 carries right now for No Team are actually doing a decent job of coming online. Yes, Stixxay and Ryoma have a lot of gold. In particular, Stixxay is nearly 1,000 gold ahead of everybody else in the game. But the fact that the carries for No Team are at least still relevant means that, you know, you're not out in these team fights. You just have to be extra careful of the damage that this Aphelios and Orianna will be doing. I mean, Stixxay has 2 items already pre-20 minutes. He does have the Collector. I know LS is probably sighing at this one, but no tanks for No Team means that I think it's good. So, and it definitely means that Stixxay is strong.
Yeah, and even that, when you compare it to Scoop's other itemization, going for the rapid fire cannon doesn't provide as much damage as something like the Collector would in terms of just raw DPS. Scoop will have to use this more for utility to hit from maybe farther away than Stixxay could. And speaking of which, Stixxay popped that Moonlight Vigil, did not end up hitting a target, but still going to get enough zoning power to put some heavy damage here onto this mid-inner turret.
Yeah, Golden Guardians is just doing a beautiful job throwing their pressure around the map. They're rotating from one lane to another, just pushing them in. And again, the Moonlight Vigil may have gone wide, but it was just to buy space to step up and hit that tower because No Team is constantly at threat of getting dove. Griffin is going in, kick flash!
Kick flash straight in. Iconic is right at the middle of the enemy team, but take a look at the Crescent Guard buying so much time, and now it's Tony Top actually getting the first kill onto the junglers. 3 kills though, going over to No Team as Blaze has popped off on the backside. 3-man Shockwave coming into Ryoma, but it's only to peel. Could have been a whole lot worse if that ability did not land. No Team getting a 3 for 2 in that engage.
3 for 2, like you said. No Team actually managing to come out on top thanks to the teleport from Blaze. Ryoma might be feeling a bit of a fight. Remember, this is the 2 big carries for Golden Guardians Academy still alive.
The 3v2 at the moment, but Stixxay and Ryoma, they've got the wallets, they've got the resources, and Freya has to run away. They do end up getting the dragon. Scoop does have the reset, and looks like Golden Guardians Academy still on the chase a little bit. Red and green guns here for Stixxay.
TP way back in the wolves
just yet. But gotta keep watching out for this. See Tony Top going for the teleport on the backside, looking to try and cut off the rest of the members of No Team. Griffin tried his best to try to delay the Gwen as much as possible, and it looks like he did his job well. Everybody on No Team escapes with the dragon in their hand.
All right, yeah, No Team, they managed to get away with it. Golden Guardians Academy, that was Tony Top's teleport and ghost all the way back in the wolves. I got a little hype right there, but it doesn't really amount to anything. And No Team, they've bought themselves a new lease on life in this game, and not only have they gotten gold into their pockets, not only have they gotten their second dragon into the game, but I think that's a big confidence booster. They were sacking so much to the pressure that was being put down by Golden Guardians Academy as we do see a fight.
Griffin might have stepped a little bit too far forward as the hook would land in from Chime. Chaos Storm coming in from Blaze, and Stixxay is down!
He's still
Blaze absolutely popping off, nearly one-shotting the bottom lane of GGA as Scoop lands the final rocket in to seal the deal.
Man, Blaze on the anime redemption arc in this game, we were saying that he was poor. Now he's coming in one-shotting enemy ADC. No Team is not done. Baron on the map. Stixxay still down for 20 seconds. Ryoma and Tony Top are still alive, but this is 5v3. Baron has been started.
Remember, 6A, one of the big carries here for Golden Guardians Academy in terms of that gold. Baron taking down to about 7,000 HP. It seems like no team don't want to actually finish it. They just want to fight. They're going to lock up Iconic, take him down. Big shockwave on the other side from Ryoma will almost send Scoop out of the fight. But here comes Dragoon. Has the barrels and has the parlay. Will eat an orange to stay alive. And as Chime and Stixay respawn, no team will escape with their lives, but without the Baron. On the other side, though, look at Blaze. Can he get enough damage to take down Tony Top? Not just yet. But this Victor talk, Blaze is he's getting there. He's scaling.
Yeah, can we get the gold again? I need a gold check for Blaze because this man is doing damage. Shadow Flame Ludens, and he's getting closer.
Almost
he's only
6A.
200 gold behind Ryoma. He's hot on their heels. Stixay disappeared right there. Blaze became a magician on the Victor, and again, in the previous team fight down in the bottom side, it was Blaze on the teleport that one-shot 2 and pretty much won the fight for his team. And again, I was talking about confidence for No Team because I feel like these one-team fights, more than anything, have shown No Team that they can outplay these guys, you know? You don't have to be afraid of Golden Guardians Academy in the team fights. You've just won 2 in a row. So, and now that your items are coming online, now that your Victor and your Jinx are fast approaching 3 items, their scaling is here. The team fights are all that matters, and if you continue to execute, you might just be able to win this game.
It's a true American dream here for No Team Hawk. They started off with nothing, without even an organization. But here they are. They fight here with the power of friendship and are here to, almost, pack a punch here against one of the best teams that we have here at this tournament. One of the teams that they will later be focusing on if they end up qualifying towards Proving Grounds. And they're just, still not going down without a fight. Their main carries are fed, and they have the capabilities to potentially pull off a major upset.
Yeah, remember, Golden Guardians Academy is by far the favorite team to win this tournament. They're the only Academy team in the tournament. They're #1 seed. They were coming here, to get good practice against the best that Amateur has to offer. And right now, No Team is looking like they actually might be able to win this game. Of course, there is still plenty of League of Legends left to play. They're actually still down in gold. But the game is close. Anyone can take it from this point. As I said, it's just going to come down to the execution in the team fights. So this performance from No Team is extremely admirable, and the fact that they are giving Golden Guardians Academy a run for their money is absolutely monumental, I feel like, for the amateur scene.
Definitely, and this is kind of the story of Amateur. You have these teams put together almost last second. I don't think a lot of these teams have even had time to scrim very much, but here they are, just showing their stuff and almost taking some big fights against some of the big Academy teams. But as we say that, a fight could potentially be on the horizon. Tony Top and Dragoon are going to be the ones to start it off. The teleport was coming in from Ryoma. Dragoon is actually just losing out on the 1v1. Might not even need the help of the enemy mid laner is Tony Top. Over to the other side, No Team saw the resources that GGA put towards bottom lane. They head up to the top lane objective with the Baron Nash with 6,000 HP.
Yeah, 6A doesn't have great guns for this one. Severum Gravitum is not exactly the best. Root only lands on 1. Karma will die.
Freya will be the sacrificial Karma, but look at Iconic. We're going to go with the Flash Crescent Guard, knocking in 3. Griffin will be the one to secure the Baron, but now Scoop is very out of position. A double kill going over to Stixay. No Team lose 3 in the engage, but at least they're wearing purple.
Yeah, Golden Guardians Academy, they make the big down on the bottom side, but the Jinx does so much damage to the Baron. Blaze as well able to escape down there in the bot lane. They managed to get the Baron, and although 2 more drop in the pit, they will lose a tier 2. I feel like No Team isn't too sad about this exchange. It was pretty even, if I do say so. They're able to get away with some of their lives. Blaze will be wearing purple. Iconic with an enormous Crescent Guard right there. Almost got the fight going, but the flashes over the wall, or the flash from Blaze and the safeguard from Griffin does mean that they get out. Scoop was the sacrificial Jinx. However, both of his summoners still up and available. With him respawning, doesn't actually end up being too much other than a kill.
Scoop now has the 3 completed items with that Infinity Edge unlocked. Going to mean a whole lot of extra damage in some of these future fights. Stixay obviously already has his 3 completed as well. A little bit of extra with that crit cloak in hand. But this bot lane matchup is one that we're going to have to watch out for. 2 of the strongest hyper carries that we have in League of Legends going to be duking it out towards these late game stages.
Yeah, absolutely. remember, I said that Aphelios sometimes feels like a poor man's Jinx. Jinx, in the current meta, is generally considered stronger in these later game team fights, but Aphelios can still do a hell of a lot of damage if he's given the capability, and we know how good Stixxay can be as another hook lands on a Karma, but no, Freya will just be able to walk out.
That was half of their health from like 3 screens away, coming out from Stixxay. He followed up that engage just a little bit, and that's the power of some of this Aphelios damage. When you have this green gun, just continue to rain in damage from very far away at a safe distance. But because of the Baron buff in the hands of No Team, doesn't look like they're going to be able to crack the base open at least for another minute.
Yeah, Scooped and Stixxay both on 3 items. Ryoma and Blaze getting very close to it. Not quite there. Meanwhile, the top laners also rapidly approaching their 3-item spikes. Pretty big item disparity actually in the junglers, but it's even almost everywhere else. No Team is down about 4,500 gold, but it doesn't really feel like the gold is mattering too much. As look at that, Rabadon's death cap. Blaze has a hat, and Ryoma is forced off the bottom wave.
Just continuing to use these Baron up the minions for as long as they possibly can. Just stalling out the game longer and longer, allowing for Blaze to finish up the death cap, allowing for Scoop to continue to farm up on the Jinx. Even Dragoon has nearly completed his 3rd item of the game as well with that collector. So for the side of No Team, if they get a good set of engages, could work out. The Baron power play was not as well as No Team might have wanted, ending at about -500 or so. But considering the position that they're in this game, definitely not something to be ashamed of.
I think that still denying the Baron is the important thing that came out of that.
Oh,
Stixxay forced to Gale Force.
Griffin. Wow.
And Flash for nothing.
Yeah, that was a lot of cooldowns used there. But Griffin is going to get away. Looks like no set of re-engages will happen there for GGA. But if you're Griffin, you got to keep your mind on those crucial cooldowns that Stixxay just used. Dragon isn't spawning for another 2 minutes or so, but if you can find Stixxay out, maybe picked off a little bit, Griffin does have that flash, so have to watch out.
Yeah, with Dragon and Baron both spawning within the next 2.5 minutes, as the poor Gromp will be slain there by Iconic. But yeah, with Dragon and Baron both spawning in less than 2.5 minutes, those cooldowns, well, the Gale Force will be, but the Flash will not be available for Stixxay when that one comes up. So specifically looking at Griffin, if he's able to find some sort of big play, or if they're able to pile in on top of this Aphelios, no other mobility outside of the Dark Passage to him does mean it could get dangerous. And I was talking about item spikes. Ryoma now has a hat, and both top laners are now on 3 items. Dragoon, do you think he's at the point where he's going to start making pirate noises on this GP?
Well, I mean, he didn't put in the questionnaire, so I can't say for certain, obviously, but still, pirate noises or not, if the barrels do end up coming in for Dragoon, maybe just some cheers, a light cheer coming out, like a yes, let's go, or something like that out of Dragoon. Maybe a bit more prototypical, but for the side of No Team, they're going to have to try and fight to get to that sort of stage where they will be cheering that Mountain Dragon spawning in less than a minute. They're going to have to start thinking about that real soon.
Yeah, I would say Dragoon might be letting out a nice happy cheer at being a level 16 Gangplank with 3 items. Usually is a pretty good spot to be in the game if you're playing that champion. But yeah, I mean, No Team has basically been just sitting on their waves. Both teams have been waiting for the neutral objectives to come back on the map, but soul stacking has not been a threat from either team. They both have 2 dragons, so each team is at least 5.5 minutes away, regardless of who gets the next one. And it is, I believe...
Oh,
actually,
Stixxay has no flash, pops the stopwatch already. Shockwave will whip over from Ryoma, so no use of damage from that cooldown. Griffin is invulnerable for now, but Blaze will actually be the one who pops first due to Tony top. The
Here comes Scooped!
Will pick up the Gwen. Stixxay and Iconic are both so low, but Scoop has the recess, looking to try and do something. Does get caught out by a dissonance, so is chunked out rather low. So far, 2 are dead for No Team, only 1 for Golden Guardians Academy. The Dragon is alive, and Iconic is right in the area.
Stixxay with the stopwatch. Griffin goes for the highlight reel, finds the kick, but the stopwatch into the lantern gets Stixxay out of dodge. Almost got taken down by the Victor, but the damage just wasn't quite there. Griffin and Blaze drop. Tony on the other side does go down. Scooped had the resets, but just couldn't quite get in range, as you said, getting chunked out by the distance. And it's straight up beautiful Q ward hop flash behind Stixxay. gets kicked in, but again,
look at
the
Tony.
stopwatch, he's able to kite it out, and look at Tony's damage there in the front. The needlework through multiple members keeps them all so low, and it just makes it so hard to step up in this fight. Mountain Dragon, excuse me, did go down, so Mountain Soul Point is on the menu here for Golden Guardians Academy, as I have finally figured out what soul it is, but Baron is still on the map, so the big purple worm has not been taken yet.
Yeah, and if you're no team, you have to start thinking about that timer for the soul. With both teams at such hard scaling late game compositions, having just a little bit of extra resistances means you get one shot just a little bit slower. Means that you potentially could, win any sort of fights and maybe even win the game. But now, no team has to take a look at this Baron. It's being started up by Golden Guardians Academy, and they have no idea, no vision in the pit. And GGA is doing a nice job to try and zone out the rest of the members as well. Baron is about half HP. Tony Top just playing that gatekeeper onto the backside. Blaze actually ends up falling to Ryoma. Nearly a solo kill. Scoop does pick up the trade in return. Watch the resets. Watch the rockets. Stixxay misses the ultimate and will have to flash away. Scoop trying to do some more damage, picks up another kill onto Iconic. The Jinx is still alive and so is Dragoon, but take a look at Tony Top trying to snip forward and do some work here. Scoop the shield will not mean enough. A triple kill for Tony and a quadra kill for Tony Top as Golden Guardians Academy pick up the ace with maybe a combined 1,000 health still available for all of their players.
Golden Guardians Academy, they know they can't 50-50 the Baron against the Lee Sin, so they turn for the fight instead. Blaze was deleted before it even starts. Scoop picked up one reset, but was denied a second chime. Was the target, but he had the stopwatch, goes into the stasis, and then Stixxay flashing out, or Gale forcing out as well, managing to stay alive. Tony Top with the quadra kill. Beautiful team fighting from the Academy squad, and you'd have to think that that might be the play that breaks the game open. Baron on multiple members. Golden Guardians in control.
These fights just all been on a knife's edge talk. If Scoop just got one more auto in onto Stixxay, or one more auto just a little bit quicker onto somebody like Chime, the fight could have looked a whole lot different with the resets coming through. We're going to take one more look at that fight because it was absolutely crazy. Take a look at Ryoma here. He was the one who started off getting a big pick onto Blaze before he could do anything about it.
Yeah, Blaze just gets one shot by Ryoma. I believe it was a solo kill. Scoop now watch his position. He's able to get the shutdown onto Ryoma with the Super Mega Death Rocket, but Chime barely able to stopwatch the last rocket there, and then Stixxay with the dash out means that Scoop is denied the other reset, and we saw the rest. Tony Top running through the team. We mentioned how we were excited to see this matchup. It looks like Tony Top's got
Iconic.
control as
pops the ultimate early, and there's also no ult on Stixxay as that Moonlight Vigil went wide. Two crucial ultimates down for GGA, but they're still pushing on two different lanes. Look at Griffin though, kicking in Ryoma, forced to flash away, but Blaze again gets one shot on the other side of the fight. Ryoma does end up going down, but the rest of Golden Guardians are in complete control, and Tony Top will not be stopped. Picking up another kill onto Scoop, and with the main carries down, that is sure to be it. Stixxay secures the ace, and after a 35-minute game with 439 kills between both of these teams, Golden Guardians Academy will remain undefeated in the bracket.
it may have been a close battle, but the result is what was expected. Golden Guardians in 35 minutes managed to take down No Team. And again, it cannot be understated. 35 minutes. No Team put up a fight. But at the end of the day, Blaze getting picked off just one or two too many times. And Tony Top on the Gwen running a train through No Team.
Big shout out to No Team for their valiant effort against the #1 seeded team at this tournament. We saw they beat Wildcard. They played a very, very close game against GGA. I am expecting a lot more out of this team going forward, but wow. The positioning of Ryoma and Stixxay, finding those perfect angles to one-shot Blaze before those big team fights really even began. That was the difference maker there between the fight going over towards GGA or between an upset occurring.
Yeah, really nice creative use of terrain in Fog of War by Golden Guardians Academy. We saw in front of the Baron play where Golden Guardians had that big team fight. Ryoma just standing over the edge of the Raptor wall catches Blaze as, wasn't even face checking that hard, but he knew he had the damage to one-shot the Victor, and it ended up being an absolutely monumental kill for their team. So Golden Guardians now improving to 4-0. They will be playing the winner of 100X and Immortals AoE. I'm not sure if that game has ended just yet. I'm sure I will get word for that 5-0 spot.
And this is, at the end of the day, an expected position for Golden Guardians Academy to be in, but it's always interesting to see a little bit of adversity that they have to face. We are receiving word that 100 Next did win their game against Immortals AoE and will be the opponent of Golden Guardians Academy in the 5th round. So that's going to be a very exciting matchup to watch out for. So absolutely. So we'll see what ends up happening with the rest of the teams as well. There's only one more round of play here in the Unified Open Qualifier. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, it'll be our final matchup of the day. Welcome back, everybody, to our final matchup of the day and the final matchup here in the Proving Grounds Open Qualifier presented by Unified. Once again, I am Grapes, joined alongside my good friend Hawk. And Hawk, we've had some exciting games so far today, but to say that we're done already is definitely not the case. We have our final matchup between the two undefeated teams left in the Swiss bracket, Golden Guardians Academy versus the 100 Thieves next.
Yeah, Golden Guardians Academy up against 100 Thieves next. What an incredible game. I mean, the number 1 seed up against the number 2 seed. The Academy team up against the could have been Academy team. 2 LCS affiliated organizations. Lots of pride on the line. Amazing players in all 10 positions for this game. We could not have asked for something better. And guess what? This could be a preview of the finals for the whole tournament. And we get it right here in the open qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine that there's still a group stage that starts tomorrow after this? I mean, despite getting this huge matchup, there still is a lot on the line here. Obviously, both of these teams would want to claim that number 1 overall seed by taking the win over the other. Taking a look at this matchup, though, that 100 Thieves played against Immortals AoE over on the Unified 2 channel. Look at that timer, Hawk. It was a lot faster than we saw from 100X in their previous game.
This is looking a little bit more like the games that 100X played yesterday, where their average game time was around 26 minutes. I mean, and let's look at the damage. General Sniper smurfed it up against Anime Girl up there in the top side. And again, Anime Girl, not a bad laner by any stretch of the imagination. This guy has some mechanical talent, that's to say the least. And Sniper just has more. So on the Camille, absolutely going crazy. You know, we talked about at the very beginning of the day, Sniper had a bit of a quieter day yesterday. Well, today he's been smurfing it. First on the Renekton, next on the Camille, and now his big test, Tony Top.
And just to get a little bit more scale in terms of how well General Sniper performed that game. You saw the damage numbers, of course. The final KDA, 9, 1, and 10 on the Camille. So absolutely insane work coming out from General Sniper. He's scaling. That's what it is. You start off with 1 kill.
He's getting
like
comfortable.
Maybe 3 the next game, 6, and now 9. I mean, if the scale keeps going, looks like Tony Top might be in for a bit of a rough game, but that's not necessarily how things work around here. Golden Guardians Academy still that established academy organization with established LCS level players. Definitely expecting to see some fight out of them, but overall, still very, very excited to see this matchup. 100 Thieves next have chosen red side to start off for this game, and that means, Hawk, that we might see another R5 sniper pick.
Yeah, exactly. They chose the red side. This means they want to get counter pick, and it tells me that they want to keep enabling the Boy Wonder up in the top side. But of course, there's 4 other positions in this game, and you were saying how Golden Guardians Academy, they are filled with Academy players, LCS experienced players. 4 of those players have experience in the LCS. But if we actually look down at the matchups, Fnatic up against Iconic, Sword, who is going to still be playing in this 3rd game, up against Ryoma, maybe not the most stunted matchups. I mean, you would probably put them in favor of Golden Guardians Academy, but Fnatic and Sword are absolutely the caliber of players that could potentially challenge Iconic and Ryoma. But my big question lies down there on the bottom side, specifically looking in the support position. Donbray up against Chime. Donbray's had a phenomenal tournament so far, but he has gotten caught out just a few times in this tournament, especially in the Maryville game that we saw earlier today, making the game a little difficult. Meanwhile, Chime has looked like probably the best support in the entire tournament. And then also Array up against Stixxay. While Array may be one of the best ADCs in Amateur, Stixxay has an LCS championship.
And an MSI finalist appearance. I mean,
Yeah,
this
that
guy's
too.
accolades kind of just go through the roof. Of course, now as a positional coach here for Golden Guardians Academy and subbing into the bot lane position, still has a lot of those mechanics going up against Array. And Array is somebody that we actually didn't really get to talk about a whole lot during the first matchup between 100 Thieves next and Maryville, because a lot of the focus was, of course, towards the top side of the map. But, I mean, he's looked very, very good even throughout last year on both Supernova and Resolve, and even this year throughout some of the open qualifiers, he was the one who really put in a lot of the damage and was a very hard carry for them towards the end of that game we had against Maryville.
Absolutely. And remember, Array got fed in that game. He didn't end up being the biggest carry on his team, but he was very consistent and he was doing damage throughout every single team fight. So being able to replicate that performance up against the likes of Stixay and Chime would be monumental for his team. We did see him on the Jinx earlier. We've been talking about that pick, it seems like, all day, and what it's capable of, because it's capable of a lot. We've seen it in both of our games so far today. The amount of damage that it can put down is just absolutely massive. And so I feel like if Array's able to get back onto something like that, it could be really, really impactful.
And just like that, we are into the draft for the final game of the day and of the open qualifiers here of the Proving Grounds Open OQ presented by Unified. Golden Guardians Academy, as we said before, will be on that blue side, while 100X will be repping their colors over on red. Starting off here, it'd be interesting to see what kind of bans end up going through. Remember that in the last game, Maryville definitely saved a lot of their soul, probably prioritized a lot of their soul laners towards the early first phase. But right now in the bans, definitely big focus again towards Sniper.
A lot of respect thrown towards Sniper Aurelia, and we know why. It's because he can do a lot with that champion if given the opportunity. But definitely nice to see that one respected even by the likes of Tony Top. And remember, 100X has access to that R5 counter pick. They can give Sniper anything that they want should they so choose, assuming it has not been banned or picked before that point. But of course, that does also mean that Golden Guardians Academy has access to that first pick. And we already see Caitlyn getting banned out, still having extremely high presence throughout the tournament, despite going actually unpicked and unbanned in our last game. Seems that 100X does not want to allow 6A to dominate the bottom lane.
And it doesn't look like Golden Guardians Academy want General Sniper to be dominating the top lane. The signature Riven taken off the board. Tony Top, obviously a very capable top laner. We saw how well he did in that previous game on the Gwen. But always a little bit scary when you're going up against somebody for the first time in a competitive environment. Like, you really don't know what you're going to face going up against Sniper. And we saw him go against the former LCS top laner in Niles, the amateur top laner in Anime Girl in the last game, and now going up against that Academy top laner, trying to pick up all three of the region's best.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sniper, you know, he had a lot of jungle help in game one today, right? And smurfed that game, really. Ran through a lot of team fights, did extremely well in the Niles in the one-on-one. And then last game up against Anime Girl, again, just flexing his muscles. As you said, if we keep on the same pace, 12 kills are on the menu for Sniper in this one. As Lee Sin actually going to be banned out. We've seen it picked by Red Side both games so far today on stream. It will not be available for Fnatic this time around, so we will have to go down to something different.
Yep, and it will be the Jinx takeaway here from Stixay as well. So a lot of focus down towards the bottom lane. Of course, that experienced LCS duo in Stixay and Chime, definitely not something to, you know, something you have to worry about a whole lot, as Golden Guards Academy will be selecting their first pick. Don't think it will be that Shaco. Instead, will be a Viego Hover and a lock-in for Iconic.
Yeah, Viego's something that we've seen a little bit lower priority on than expected so far in this tournament. I thought Viego would be one of the most prevalent junglers, and he still is, but we've been seeing a little bit more of the early game focus, the Lee Sins, the Xin Zhaos, the Trundles of the world. But with Lee Sin getting taken away, one of the more difficult matchups for this Viego, it seems like Iconic wants to go towards it, as Sniper going to take himself the Jace early on. I also want to talk about this Jinx ban real quick while I have the time, because Jinx and Caitlyn getting taken off removes by far the two strongest ADCs in the game. We did just see Golden Guardians Academy play the Thresh of Aphelios. I think it had success. I don't think it was necessarily the champions themselves that won them the game. So it'll be interesting to see if they go back towards it or down to something else like potentially a Jhin.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening there, as neither team has locked in their AD carry to start off in this first rotation, but Fnatic will be locking in his jungler as that Xin Zhao. Expecting to see a whole lot of priority up towards the top side, as Sniper is on one of his most signature champions here on the Jace. Golden Guardians could respond with their jungler, or they could go for some other things. Ryoma's Twisted Fate was something that was previously banned against them, and definitely something to be afraid of here.
Yeah, and the Twisted Fate, if you want to attack an early pick Jace, that's one way to do it. Gold card up with the Destiny Gate on the top side. It can easily shut him down, even if flashes available. So definitely going to force General Sniper to tread carefully as Tony Top is playing with our hearts. Probably not going to be a Teemo, and it is the Camille. So yeah, General Sniper needs to be careful up here on the top side for sure. After level 6, Hextech Ultimatum into Destiny Gate is almost certain to spell death. Of course, the Jace could technically be flexed into the mid lane should 100 Thieves choose to do so. I don't expect it, but it is an option here for Sword.
Yeah, I mean, you see Jace, you see Sniper on the same team. You probably just assume the two go hand in hand. And with that Galio lock-in for 100 Thieves next, I'm expecting that to actually go towards Sword instead of something more like a support pickup here for Dawnbray. Sword back on TSM Academy when he was still, primarily a mid laner, really prioritized champions that could get around the map and provide supportive elements to his team. And a champion like Galio fits just that. We're headed into the second phase of the ban's Bard, already taken off the table as both teams have yet to select their bot lanes.
Yeah, Galio was, I believe, what Sword played in the last game up against Immortals AoE to great success. And if you want something that is going to defend a potential side lane attack, it is a good champion to do it on. It's not been the most popular pick for a lot of teams, but it's definitely something that Sword is comfortable on. It's able to push waves and roam to help his team, and that seems to be what is expected of him.
Yep, and as we said before, Array, Dawnbray, 6A, and Chime all have not, picked up anything here. And so we're seeing big focus towards the support pool. Going to try and knock out some of the signature champions here for both of these players. Of course, Chime, the namesake Bard, will not be available for him in this one. Also seeing Braum, Nautilus, and Leona, which makes you wonder, Hawk, what are the rest of the champions that are available on the support tier list?
Ooh, Zyra's been something that has been cropping up in solo queue. Okay, it's different.
Don't talk about hovers, that's the rule.
Yeah, that's why you don't talk about hovers. Zyra has been something popping up in solo queue. It has actually been kind of good recently. I'm not sure if it's been picked in this tournament, but either way, the Rakan gives a playmaker, and I actually loved seeing sort of the meta of the bans as they shaped out in the second phase, because Chime is target banned with Bard, so then GGA responds by taking away a good answer, a good playmaker. And then the Braum, which beats a lot of the playmakers, is 100x basically daring Golden Guardians that they're going to play one. And so they take away, again, the Nautilus. So either way, Jhin is going to be the lock-in. I expected to see this one. It's pretty much the next strongest AD carry on the current patch all around, and it synergizes very well with its composition. Long range, follow-up to what is already a heavily playmaking focused composition. You've got a lot of single target damage, and the Rel will provide good AoE lockdown. I feel like the Rel synergy is not actually the best here with the composition. There's not really anyone to follow up on a wombo combo, but it is one of the better supports that is still currently available. So it makes sense to see that one locked in.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially when you consider a lot of the champions that were already taken off the table. Leona and Nautilus and Thresh and Braum and Bard. Lots of supports already off the table. Something like Alistar, another champion that could have been the possibility, but instead Chime will opt towards the Rel. On the other side, Dawnbray will be on the Rakan to match alongside Array, who went with this R5 Ezreal pickup here. So a lot more mobility and maybe trying to get around the map more on this 100 next squad.
Yeah, I really like the Ezreal Rakan here, 400x. It's very good at keeping itself alive. The Ezreal can arcane shift backwards, and Rakan can swiftly E to him with the Battle Dance. So a lot of options for escape should a potential dive come through. It's not the strongest lane, however, Jhin Rel isn't either. So I feel like that will be a pretty well-contested lane. It'll come down significantly to whether or not there's a leash and any sort of early game plans from these teams. But looking across the board, 100x pre-6, I actually feel like has the playmaking ability. Fnatic on the Xin Zhao up against Iconic's Viego here. If he's able to get something going early, it could really help bridge his team through what will be an explosive mid-game from Golden Guardians Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of that, though, comes through that top side, Hawk. Sniper on the Jace, Tony Top on the Camille. A very, explosive matchup that can kind of go either way depending on what ends up happening. And there's so many champions that both of these teams have set up to try and help out that sort of volatile matchup. You have the Twisted Fate Galio mid lane matchup. Neither of those mid laners care anything about the lane. They just want to go around the map and try to impact the rest of their team. And you also have these junglers here in Fnatic, Xin Zhao and Iconic's Viego that will almost certainly be pathing towards the top side more often than not.
Definitely. Even the supports, we saw a solo lane bot lane in the first game today. Would not be surprised to see it happen again, at least early on. But yeah, pre-6, really looking for Fnatic to make the plays. It's not even that you have to get ahead in this game, but having a lead would be nice because, like I said, Golden Guardians, once they hit 6, this mid game is going to be very fast. They're going to be looking aggressively for picks, I would almost guarantee. So definitely something to keep your eye on right there. And again, the Camille counter pick into the Jace is not so much of a laning counter pick. Early on, Jace stat checks the Camille in almost every facet, as well as being arranged into melee matchups. So the Camille was a lot more about the setup later on and how it's able to function in a side lane, not so much about actually winning the early game matchup. So if Sniper controls the lane well early against Tony Top and Fnatic's able to get involved, you might be able to find a dive or two and set this Camille behind, which will deny so much of the playmaking ability that Golden Guardians has.
Yeah, and about that playmaking, I mean, you have to remember, this is an academy squad. These are players that have been chosen to be the level above some of the players that find themselves currently on 100 Thieves next. And so when you have maybe higher skill in that regard, potential for additional communication to come through definitely is huge. So expect a lot of good things to come out from Ryoma and from the rest of Golden Guardians Academy as we are on to the Rift. That Frog is excited to get into the action here as well. Both teams are sitting at 4-0 and are looking to make it 5, another 5 stack, so to speak, as well. 100 Thieves next are going to try and just get Iconic out of his own lane.
The Earth strategy coming through right here from 100 Thieves next. You'll have to see it. No kills, though, however, as Golden Guardians did not shake on the gentleman's agreement beforehand that everyone he meets top lane. Shame on them. No, but yeah, nice wars just traded back and forth. Mostly looking at early lane priority for Sniper. Makes a lot of sense, however. Golden Guardians Academy will get that ward in to confirm that Fnatic starting on the bottom side, likely to path towards top.
Yep, and I mean, again, when you look at these top laners, it's not really that much of a surprise. Well, both junglers are going to path towards the top side early on. Wow, what a big surprise. But I mean, the ward just basically confirms what has already been known. Fnatic,
no surprises
for
with
most
that
of the
ward.
game, yeah, has been pathing towards this top side. We'll be doing the same here alongside Iconic. So just as we said before, all eyes have to be on this top lane matchup and how it ends up turning out.
Yeah, and I said that bot lane priority will come down to who gives a leash, and it is 100 Thieves next, with Array and Donbray giving the leash there to Fnatic. Meanwhile, it is Iconic starting with the leash list clear on the Viegos. So Fnatic will be going a little bit faster in his jungle path than Iconic will, but at the expense of bottom lane. So Array and Donbray will be forced back off this wave most likely.
Which is not something that you're too upset about, especially when you're playing an ADC like Ezreal. Just want to, stand back, get some extra gold with some of the Mystic shots in the first strike. Just farm up until you get a couple more items and end up being able to impact the game later on. Top side, though, still some heavy trading as General Sniper has reached level 2 first. Shock Blast will not get any additional damage onto Tony. But the bottom side of GGA is the one to ding that early level in the beginning due to the early push that they had, and they will be able to crash the second wave into the turret.
Yeah, that Shock Blast singed the hairs off of Tony Top right there, I think. A Sniper is actually not able to fully crash it. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. Sniper also starting with a longsword 3 potion start, so looking to trade heavily, you'd have to think in this top lane with that start, as Iconic realizes that his top laner is most likely not in danger to the crash not coming through, so he will just path back down to his wolves. Fnatic, however, might have other plans.
We'll see if they end up trying to go for this sort of play. The wave is not in the best spot for Sniper to try and go for any sort of dive. Instead, it'll just be Fnatic getting some early priority around the Rift Scuttler with the top lane pushed in. And it looks like Iconic is just going to see that and head towards bottom.
Yeah, really awkward wave management right there. Sniper just not able to fully crash the wave, and then he's still trying to recrash it, but Tony Top doing a good job of just zoning him back that little bit, sacrificing a little bit of health to keep it in a good spot for himself. And it does mean that it will just be junglers trading Scuttle Crabs. However, Fnatic is down a camp. He skipped both of his topside camps, whereas, remember, we saw Iconic go back to his wolves.
Early engage here down in the bottom lane. Chime with the Glacial Augment is going to slow up the rest of 100 next. 6-8 with a nice 4-shot takes it right to about 50% HP. No lethal just yet, but we can see this lane pressure here for Golden Guardians Academy. The experienced bot lane duo starting to pay off as they're already up a wave and crashing another one into the turret.
Yeah, Array should be able to pick up most of the CS to keep it close, but I mean, that plate already about halfway down here on the bottom side, and Stixay and Chime is doing a really good job in their isolated 2v2. It's that early wave priority that they got from not having a leash that is just paying dividends for them.
Yeah, and so far really has been working down there. You take a look at the gold, it's about 300 in favor of Golden Guardians Academy, and a lot of that is focused down towards the bot lane, about a 6 CS lead over towards Stixay. Gonna take that reset and try to just continue to go forward and with that advantage. Sniper, though, up in the top lane is
still hanging around.
going a bit aggressive here onto Tony top. Fnatic is around to make sure that if some sort of hook shot goes forward from Tony, he will be there to punish. It's very tense right now.
Yeah, I mean, Tony top. Here we go. He's about to face check.
Yep,
Chime's
there he
here.
goes. Hook shot forward, not able to cancel that out. But now Chime has arrived. Tony top doesn't have the hook shot, but does have a decent amount of damage if he's able to get in. There's the flash forward to stun up Sniper. The ignite is ticking, and Sniper
the
still
shock
remains
blast!
alive. Shock blast does land on the Tony top, and with one more auto, Fnatic secures first blood for 100 Thieves next, and now Sniper has the ability to go and continue to move forward. Chime will stun up the Jason, take him down as
comes
Iconic has
Donbray.
now arrived to the fight. One more shot will take it down, and Iconic goes for another kill. 2-1 in favor of GGA. Might try to make it a little bit more. Here comes the crash down onto Donbray. Grand challenge entrance into the wrong side of the map, as Donbray will try to delay the inevitable for a little bit longer, as Ryoma will surely come over to finish the job.
Yeah, Ryoma probably going to pick this one up. Sniper bending it like Beckham there with the shock blast to help pick up the first blood, but 100 next is going way too hard, not respecting the counter gang potential of Iconic, so it ends up being a 3-for-1 at the end of it all, and Sniper could be a dive. Fnatic's on the way, as well as Donbray.
Once again, just Hex flashing forward to lock it down. Sniper, the Kid Prodigy goes down, and now Fnatic respawning again, and is not going to be alive for very long. It's going to be another kill going over to Iconic. Donbray has re-entered the fight, landing a nice chunk of damage with the Grand Entrance, but Sword is the only other player here for 100 Next. Does not have a whole lot of damage on the Galio, and with the big wave still in play here, looks like 100X could still be in trouble. There's the re-dive, and Iconic is trying to dash forward. One more shot with the Blade of the Ruined King could do it. Tony top falls on the other side to Sword, and a bit of an over-aggressive dive, it seems, from Golden Guardians Academy. But at the end of the day, they got what they wanted, which is to keep Sniper behind.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-2 at the end of all of that fighting under the top tower right there. But a lot of minions denied, plates picked up for Golden Guardians, and Golden Guardians is straight up, they're just one step ahead. 100 next seems like they know exactly what and when things are happening, but they're just not quite in position each time, and they overstep again. So Sniper is the initial target. He's waiting on his team to arrive, but Tony top critically has hit level 6 by this point. Teleport comes in from Sword, matched by the Twisted Fate ultimate as Fnatic goes in. At this point, it looks pretty lost. 400 next, but Sword is able to trade one back and then buy time under tower with Donbray to, fortunately for them, be able to trade back one more kill as Tony top tanks it up eventually. Yep.
Yeah,
tanking up the
see
turret
where
just
Tony
takes
ends up dying. Oh,
one more, and then both the support and mid laner are able to escape with their lives. But again, XP and farm are the big advantages here for Golden Guardians Academy.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. So the kills might have been a little bit more even than they might have wanted, but take a look at this experience graph here. You have Tony top still at that slight advantage. The one winner, though, is Sword. Picked up 2 kills and that massive wave in the top lane nearly by himself. Of course, as the Galio, not necessarily the best target to put a lot of your resources in, but Sword will be able to impact the map in a lot of ways, especially now that he has this lost chapter. We'll be able to push these waves out faster and continue to roam around.
Yeah, Sword actually managing to pick up a lot more of that top lane XP than I first expected, so 100x not quite as far behind in that department as expected. Regardless, they are down 200 gold, 2,000, excuse me, mostly due to the kills as well as the tower plates that have been taken. Flashes on the top side are non-existent, as well as in the support position is only the 80 carries that have those available. Herald is on the map as well as first Drake. It is a Chemtech should these teams look to posture around it. And once again, I think we're seeing the return of solo lane bot lane. It seems that Array is used to this sort of playstyles. 100x is mounting a contest over this Herald.
We'll see if they end up doing it. We do see Array making his way towards this top side, but Stixay will be the bot laner who gets here first. Iconic still hitting in onto the Rift Herald, sitting at about half HP. Donbray and Sword are the ones who are going to have to try and engage 400 Thieves next, but it looks like Chime is the one who wants to do the opposite. Tony Top was looking for a flank, but Sniper pushes him off for now. The Eye of the Herald has been exposed, but take a look at Chime to flash forward and crash down onto 2. Big knockouts coming out from the Heartbreaker of Iconic, but he's going to be the one to get shut down first. Kill of the game, of this fight, going over to 100 Thieves next. Grand Entrance will take down another one onto Chime. Curtain Call was not very effective. And it looks like actually 100 next at the end of the day will be the ones to secure that Herald and get out.
100 next with a huge team fight win up on the top side. 2 for 0, and Fnatic landing the smite on the Herald. It's Chime with the initial engage, but remember, this is not a wombo combo composition right here from Golden Guardian, so the follow-up is mediocre at best, and then Array, True Shot Barrage is Iconic, Chime then drops on the backside. The rest of the team is zoned out, and with the jungler still alive, it's an easy smite here for Fnatic. The gold gap closing by nearly 1,000, and the Herald will close that even more once it is summoned. Yes, Ryoma and Iconic are still ahead, but let's not forget that was a shutdown on the Viego.
This game, Hawk, is running a bit eerily similar to the first game that we saw today between 100 Thieves Next and Maryville University. But kind of on the other side. We saw Golden Guardians Academy in this one ahead of 100X for a decent chunk of this game. But then just one play after another, a couple of acts of over-aggression from the Academy squad, and now 100X all of a sudden right back into this game. Only 1k gold deficit, Sword is sitting at 3-0-1, and they're in a very good position to continue to go forward.
Yeah, and 100X composition will spike very hard on one item. Jace with that Eclipse does so much damage. Gore Drinker on the Xin Zhao. Ezreal sort of looking for 2 as well, but the Galio with the Rocket Belt can do a lot. So, you know, they're very well set up for these mid-game team fights. As Array's face-checking Arel.
Oh yeah, Array definitely in a whole lot of trouble. He might have the Arcane Shift, but he's not going to even be able to use it. Locked down by about 6.5 seconds of crowd control there, if my math is right. As Golden Guardians Academy pick up another pick into the bottom lane with the help of Iconic.
Yep, Array with the unlucky face check, obviously assuming that Golden Guardians Academy was not in position to kill him, the word. So he does give over a kill. I believe that is another one going the way of Iconic. Tony Top, though, could be on the wrong end of a 3-man, but look at this. The support squad is coming up the top lane. Twisted Fate Ultimate is available as well. And Donbray is still level 5, as is Chime. Both these supports have been roaming a lot. Very little XP on either of them.
Yeah, it seems like 100X knows better than to maybe go for a more aggressive dive. Rift Herald will get its singular proc off, taking down 2 plates into the hands of Fnatic and Sniper, but they will not get more than that. Very good decision by Golden Guardians Academy to send their jungle support duo up towards that top lane just in time. Always have the threat of that Destiny coming through as well. And with that, not much was given over on that play.
No, not much indeed. And if we take stock of where the gold is actually allocated right now in this game, Sword has 3 of the kills right now for 100 next. And while a 3-kill Galio can absolutely be a driving force, I don't think it feels quite as good as the 3-kill Viego on the side of Golden Guardians Academy.
Oh.
That's a flash.
Yeah, Flash Everfrost coming in from Sword, and that's going to be enough to take down Ryoma. Fnatic will secure it with the final auto attack. And 100X evens the kill score up again. They're keeping this close, Hawk.
Maybe a 3-kill Galio can do stuff. A Sword pulling the trigger right there in the mid lane. Flash, Everfrost, taunt. Dragon's still alive at 13 minutes. Cats and dogs living together. I have no idea, but yeah, nice kill in the mid lane right there from 100 next, as both teams have completely ignored the bottom side of the map, meaning that lonely Chemtech Drake has not fallen yet. As once again, Tony Top finding himself on the business end of a 3-man.
Yeah, but here, you gotta take a look. Iconic is in the waits. Wave has crashed in, but doesn't look like Sniper, Donbray, or Fnatic want to engage just yet. Instead, it'll be the counter move by Tony Top alongside Ryoma going forward with the Destiny. Sniper is still alive, will flash away, and will survive. Iconic is taking very low. Ryoma still has to get away. A nice Magnus Storm coming in from Chime. He's locked down the members of 100 Thieves next. Nobody has died just yet, but it might just change in just a second. Ryoma forced to flash away from the wild card. True Shot Barrage barely misses. How has nobody died? Finally, Sniper secures the kill and gets another on top of that on Tony. Chime dashing forward again with the crash down, run to the turret, go the Thieves, and they might have gone a little bit too far. It is now Iconic versus Fnatic in the jungle matchup, and the LCS veteran will get the better hand. A double kill going over to the Viego, and 4 are dead for the Thieves.
What the hell just happened, Grapes, in the top lane? 4v4. It's 100 Thieves that make the first move, but it's Golden Guardians Academy that pull the trigger on the engage. Tony Top goes in, Hextech ultimatum on a sniper as curtain call. I don't think will kill Array. But yeah, Hextech ultimatum on TP. I'm gonna stop talking.
Nope. You can keep talking.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's okay.
All
Oh,
right.
wait. He's still looking. No,
Okay,
go ahead.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths here as everything has fizzled out. A crazy amount of action on the top side right there. It's Sniper that gets engaged on first, but the Galio ultimate over the top does such a brilliant job of peeling away for Sniper. I have no idea how Golden Guardians Academy managed to live for so long. Tony Top had one good flash out. We're back to live because Sniper is fighting.
Well, you can look around. Take a look. You can see Fnatic and Dawnbray headed up towards the top side, and another wave is getting crashed
I've seen this one before.
Yeah, same time, same place, same result, potentially. Dawnbray going forward with the quickness. 3v1. Tony Top is not going to be able to get any sort of trade. Sniper, again, with a successful top dive, will pick up that first turret as well.
All right, 100 next finally equalizes the score. It was a 3-for-4 on the top side before. Now they're making it a 4-for-4 as well as managing to take that first brick.
Woo! Hooray! From downtown comes the True Shot Barrage. And despite all the attention 100 Next have put towards the top side, they're going to get the Dragons as well.
Array, type in thanks for leash in all chat after
that
that
one
one.
HP?
57, I think, is what I saw. Maybe it got down to 1. Iconic, I'm not sure if he didn't have Smite or if he didn't think he needed it or what, but Array manages to snipe that one away, and that is no small feat. Of course, it is a first Dragon at 15 minutes, so not that Soul is going to be a huge threat as Sniper's in trouble.
Yep, definitely in trouble, and most likely dead. Still alive for now. Has a Conqueror popped.
Wait.
Heartbreaker forward.
No way.
Iconic gonna
Okay.
flash forward and finish the job. Got a little bit dicey there, but finally, the 15-year-old will die. Again, gonna take a look at this Dragon once more.
High
Array.
mechanical outplay right here.
Look around, let's see.
Array is farming mid lane. He thinks that the enemy team is doing Dragon. He presses the R key at the right time. Easy steal right there. Manages to take that one away. So, you know, if we go another 18 or so minutes, that Dragon Soul could be quite a threat, but even so, just the raw stats that Chemtech Soul provides, especially with such a offensive team composition of both these teams have, that swing in stats is impactful on its own. So 22 HP was the number. I just got word from production, so a game of inches.
Whoa. That's a lot of gold on the screen. But it is. If we're taking a look at the numbers on the top. Yeah, that was a super bounce right there. But still, 2K in favor of Golden Guardians Academy, despite the plays that 100 Thieves Next have been able to accomplish. I mean, GGA still in a solid spot. You look at Iconic here on this Viego, 6-1-2. Absolute menace so far in this game. Working towards, I believe that is a Death's Dance for that second item with the heavy physical damage composition that 100 Thieves set up. Will be very hard to take him down as he just rips through the team.
Yeah, most total gold in the game. Iconic 6-1-2. Massive on this Viego as Tony Top and the rest of Golden Guardians are going to wrest control of the bottom side of the map right here. They're up 2-1 in turrets. The gold is about 2,000 in their favor, which I feel like I said that about 10 minutes ago, Grapes. So that means that this game has been very back and forth, to say the least. As Herald is summoned up here in the mid lane. The charge will barely not kill a tower. So 100 Next critically maintaining their last outer in this one.
Yeah, and that's pretty big for now. I mean, obviously, you have it's very close to falling in the mid lane, but just allowing some of this pressure on the map to remain for a little bit longer. 100 Thieves always very crucial. And if we try to take a look at where this game is likely to head for the side of 100 Thieves Next, you got to take a look at the side laners here. General Sniper and Array are going to have to be the main damage dealers, I think, as this game begins to progress.
Yeah, and Grapes, you mentioned how one of the big win conditions here hold that thought.
Yeah, here Dragon Storm coming in from Chime, but might be a little bit too far forward, but they do lock down Sniper. Donbray has to flash away. Sword coming in from the teleport is going to shut down Iconic. Very big trade to secure at least an even set of events here for 100 Thieves Nexus. They were the ones who got engaged on first. It was a nice engage by Chime. Could have been a whole lot more. It was just a little bit cleaner on their end, but it will still be that mid inner outer turret falling. Take a look at Tony though, has come out from topside jungle, will have to hook shot away, and it looks like the fight has ended for now.
Yeah, and if we look at this one again, Chime seeing them on the sweeper decides to pull the trigger. Magnet Storm, Glacial Augment, and they managed to take down Sniper pretty quickly, but the Ezreal doing so much damage over the top, and as soon as Sword arrives, he's able to find an excellent taunt right there onto Iconic and pick up the shutdown. So although Golden Guardians picks up the tower on the backside, it's actually a pretty even play in terms of gold due to the 700 additional gold, or 400 additional gold, I should say, going into the 100x mid laner. For 1 and 4, there were a lot of question marks about Sword coming in place of Insanity, and he's performed exceptionally well.
I mean, Galio definitely was a mainstay of Sword throughout the Academy season. Champion that he was able to perform on very, very well, and so in a similar situation to maybe where he was in 2021, not surprising to see him performing at a solid level. Now has that Zhonya's Hourglass in inventory as well to be even more tanky and stay alive for even longer to try and help out his team, and gonna lock up Stixay. Here comes Donbray forward, whole chunk of damage coming over onto the Jhin, but it was not enough to secure a kill. Now gotta watch out for the TF. Ryoma will land that gold card onto Sniper, but a nice hero's entrance coming out from Sword to save everybody for now. The dragon has spawned again. Both sides are in the area for the first, it seems like the first time all game.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is trying to muscle their way in, and look at this, Stixay forced to back after the big chunk that he took. It is a split fight right now from Golden Guardians Academy. 100 Thieves trying to zone them off. They're gonna look to pincer, but Jhin is nowhere to be found.
Dragon was secured here by 100 Thieves next, but take a look at Chime, gonna lock down Sniper yet again. Crescent Guard buys a lot of time, and Chime has to use a stopwatch. Sword will use one of his own, and it's just going to be Chime falling onto the back side.
1 for 1.
Supports have been traded, but now look at Iconic. Has the reset, gonna try to use a grand entrance to go forward. Heartbreaker in. Array has to Arcane Shift out, but the final shot from Stixay will secure the kill on the Fnatic, as another kill will go over to Iconic, taking Fnatic's body and killing Array with it. Iconic absolutely insane in this game. 8-2 and 4. Golden Guardians in the fight, but the Dragon does go over to 100 next.
Yeah, 100x manages to pick up the objective, and the fight looked good from them initially. Chime found a massive flank with no follow-up. However, he was just trying to cut off the escape. 100 Thieves turns to fight, but they get taken down as soon as the curtain is called. Force shot through the jungler, as Golden Guardians Academy has started Baron here at 22 minutes. It's gone. It's gone.
Yeah.
Golden
Fnatic was dead. The Sniper was bot lane. No TP ended up being expended. Just going to be that Baron, actually, after all of that Dragon fight, going over to Golden Guardians Academy. Taking a look at this replay, though. Gotta watch Chime on the backside.
Yeah, Chime has no follow-up on his engage, but he's got the stopwatch to buy time. And again, all it is about preventing the escape from 100 next. As soon as Chime drops, they try to start way, but by this point, the Jin's in position, the Viego started resetting, and there's just no escape. Beautiful flash forward right there from Iconic to pick up an extra kill on the backside towards Array. And all of a sudden, this gold lead is double what it was a few minutes ago when we last checked in. And with Baron online, Golden Guardians Academy should be able to start pushing towards some of these two turrets that have been getting chunked throughout the game. Sword, though, might have other ideas.
Looking to try to engage. Remember, Iconic is a target. Iconic has been shut down. The main carry here for Golden Guardians Academy is no longer alive, and now it's 4v5 for the side of 100 next. Sniper will get locked up on the ultimatum, but Sword will knock up a whole lot. Chime is trying his best with the Magnet Storm, but he will go down. Fnatic is the one to pick up the kill, and now it's a 3v5 favor the Thieves. The health bars are low, but they stave off the push for now. Curtain Call trying to find Sniper on the back end, but it will not result in any kills going over to GGA.
The Thieves with the return play. Sword just smurfing on this Galio. The Justice Punch forward with the Everfrost and Taunt combo onto Iconic. gets one shot through the CC, and then the Galio ultimate on top of Sniper keeps him alive as Tony Top and Chime try to go in. They take down the support. Remember, the stopwatch was used in the previous fight by Chime. And that, just like that, 2-for-0, not only do they win the fight, but they stall out the Baron immensely. Only a minute left on it, and it's currently a negative Baron power play.
That's just props to 100 Thieves Next, finding the correct engage, and it's been Sword with the perfect Heroes entrances, it seems like, in a lot of these team fights that 100X are ending up on top with. Now sitting at 5-1-5 still, has only died one time, which is very impressive when you consider the sort of playstyle that he's going for in this game. And he and the rest of the team are still in a decent position to try and turn this game around. 40 seconds on the Baron power play left for Golden Guardians. And they're going to just try to use that advantage to push mid and also maybe get some of the lanes forward in the top side.
Here we go. We can see a commitment forward on the Sword.
It's just Ryoma for now. Sword is pretty
Iconic's on the
tanky.
way.
It has a decent amount of damage, but the rest of the Golden Guardians lineup is on the approach. Iconic already popping the Misk, and Sword is definitely in a bad spot. How much time can he buy before the rest of the team arrives? Going to use the Justice Punch forward. Actually ends up almost taking down Ryoma. 6A will be the one who lands the final blow, as the rest of the team has hovered around this top side to try and match. Not going to find anything just yet. Tony Top, though, in a decent position to maybe go for some sort of flank. TP in from Ryoma, who has refilled the health bar, and the curtain call has opened up.
Swords
Slowing
up
down
at 25.
Fnatic, blocking down Donbray. Donbray is dead. Now Chime doesn't have the flash, but does have the ultimate. Not going to use it aggressively just yet. 100 Thieves lose 2 on that side, as Golden Guardians are going to fight with the numbers advantage for now.
Golden Guardians, the multi-lane chase down. First, it's Ryoma onto Sword, just trying to keep him in place while his team arrives. Forces Sword into a bad spot, takes him down, and then the teleport in towards mid. Curtain call to slow them down. They manage to pick down Donbray as well. Does not result in too much of an objective lead, however. And with a lot of cooldowns burned, no fight to be had in the bottom side here, but Golden Guardians Academy mostly just going to get priority over this dragon from the previous kills. 100 Thieves Next, however, is here to contest. Remember, only 2 dragons to 0 due to how late the first dragon was taken. Soul is at least 5 minutes away should 100 Thieves Next secure this one. Stixa's currently mid, Ryoma coming from base.
We'll see if 100 Next are the ones to start this off. It's a very similar position as to the last Dragon fight. Golden Guardians Academy have a decent position to try and go for a flank. Ryoma and Chime have both jumped over to behind the side of 100 Next. Dragon is still very, very high value in HP, ticking to about 3,000 gold. And actually, it's Iconic that ends up taking it down with the Q Smite. So the Soul has been delayed for now, and maybe Golden Guardians Academy want to look for a little bit more. Fnatic is low, but instead, looks like Golden Guardians are going to take the win at just that and look to prioritize their push into the mid lane.
Yeah, really nice win right there from Golden Guardians Academy. They didn't really want to commit to the fight if they didn't have to, and big true shot barrage, but they didn't have to, and that was the key. Iconic walks up, hits the smite in the 50-50, and then walks away, and they're able to leverage the mid priority that Stixa had established earlier to then kill off the tier 2. So, big win, and Ryoma's still pushing on the top side. 100 Next. Looks like they're a little behind on this play. They will threaten towards the mid tier 1.
Gotta remember though, Baron is spawning in about a minute. With Ryoma having that top wave pushed in, leaves Golden Guardians Academy at a very good spot, especially considering that top teleport is available onto Tony Top if anything starts to go awry. Looks like nobody is going to hover around this objective for now, but definitely will be the topic of conversation in just a little bit.
And as the mid game sort of is at its eclipse right here, and we are moving towards the late game, as it were, Golden Guardians Academy, it was as explosive as expected. 17-14 is the kill score. That is almost a kill a minute. It actually is a kill a minute currently, as both these teams have been throwing haymakers back and forth. But at the end of it all, it is Golden Guardians Academy that has managed to come out just one step ahead the entire game. They're still maintaining a 3,000 gold lead. However, keep in mind, the gold lead has not gone over about 4,000. So
yeah,
it's not as if Golden Guardians has been extending their lead throughout this game, but they have managed to at least stay ahead, keep the Thieves at bay, as they have fought back nicely.
There's a new little addition to the game here in Season 12. The Hex Gates portals are finally unlocking here for both of these teams. It's a nice little way to get into the fights a little bit faster here with this rift on the map. Take a look here, 28.5 minutes into this game. Array sitting just nice and steady here at that 3-item mark. Interestingly enough, though, I want to talk about Array because he has a Luden's Echo.
They started Baron.
Which is a bit strange here, but gotta focus here onto the bot
Beautiful.
side. Chime gets one shot here with a nice pick coming out from Sword and the rest of 100 Thieves next. Now, with a 4v5 advantage, 100X is onto the Baron. What will GGA do?
Yeah, absolutely incredible play here from 100 next. They start the Baron, the blue trinket baits Chime into the face check, and they just one-shot the enemy support. This is a contest coming through here from Golden Guardians Academy. The Baron secured. Tony Top is free pushing on the bottom side.
Inhibitor tower under fire here by Tony Top. Does have the Divine Sunderer to provide a whole lot of damage to these turrets. Will be able to take this one down and will likely be able to escape with his life unless Sword and the Predator has something to say about it.
If they're feeling crazy.
Tony
I
Top
mean, I don't expect to see
run.
that.
Yeah, the hook shots are just too much, it seems. So looks like Tony will get away. We Baron traded for a bot lane inhibitor turret, which is the trade that 100 next will take any day of the week.
Yeah,
oh wait!
They're teleporting
look at this! They're trying to fight. Double TP coming in from 100 Thieves. Iconic is taken very, very low. Steric's already popped, but the gold card does land on the sniper. Viego is still alive, and you have to keep an eye out on him for some of these resets if they end up coming through. Sword trying to chunk out the rest of the members here of Golden Guardians Academy. A nice effort, potentially coming out of 100 Thieves, going for that double teleport, but at the end of the day, don't find anything of it.
Yeah, it looked like Sniper might have botched, actually, the melee Jace E, knocking Insanity away a little, Iconic away a little bit right there, allowing the Viego to escape. They do get the flashes off of both Iconic and Tony Top for the flash and double teleports on their own side. So at the end of the day, it's supposedly even trade at this point. No teleport in the TP lane, as well as Tony Top not having his available. But I almost wonder if 100 Thieves next is kicking themselves for not being able to pick up at least one pick right there.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close. Iconic had the Steric's gauge, which basically almost confirmed him to stay alive in that trade. Was able to use the Heartbreaker defensively to get out, but now will not have that flash for this spawning of the dragon. Remember that there is no soul on the table just yet, but still having some of that extra, ability to threaten that later down the line is going to be very important.
Absolutely, and Hextech Soul has proven to be a very powerful Dragon Soul. A lot of people would say that it's a more powerful version of Infernal Soul. It gives less damage, but the AoE slow that it provides is pretty impactful. It is a very powerful slow. It seems that 100 next might be the second team in this game to complete the negative Baron power play, something that you don't see every day. Feels like we've had a lot of negative Baron power play so far today, but it's actually Golden Guardians Academy.
Oh, Ryoma locking down Array. The cleanse has been used. Curtain call has been issued. Array tries to dodge away from the shots and will barely do so. He stays alive for a little bit longer, but finally get taken down by Ryoma. Numbers advantage now. Going over to Golden Guardians Academy after a nice use of the Destiny Gate from their mid laner. Look at Sword, though. Going to try to lock down Tony Top. That's what the kills on Galio do for you. Dragon will get secured by GGA, but now the fight is only beginning. Nice three-man charm coming over from Don. Iconic has to use the ultimate to try and escape. Sword is in the middle of the enemy team trying to lock anybody down that he possibly can. Look at Fnatic, though, using that Crescent Guard in on the Stixay, and he will secure the crucial shutdown onto the Jhin. Sniper with the Shock Blast takes down Iconic as well, and it is another well-on fight for 100 Thieves next.
Back and forth and back again. This time Golden Guardians takes the dragon but lose the fight. 100 next with the chase down. No ADC, no problem. Sword one-shots the enemy top, and then the grand entrance into the middle of the fight, knocking up one. The chase down onto two. 3 for 1 is the overall score. Dragon in favor of Golden Guardians. Inhibitor turret in favor of 100 next. This game is non-stop action. 18 to 18 is the kill score. Inhibitor will drop as Fnatic is in trouble.
Yeah, he gets locked up here. Has a huge amount of healing with the Gore Drinker Chime. Gets a nice couple of stuns, but 100 next is just stacked purely
in 2
and
seconds.
are doing so much work here in this group. Tony Top has to use that Hex Flash away, but look at Chime landing a 3-man Magnus Storm. Will get taken down, but look at Fnatic. Gets taken down by the first shot. Second shot from Stixay comes through as well. 3 kills for GGA, as it looks like 100 Thieves might have bit off a bit more they can shoot than they could have shown. And now Sniper is out of position as well. Will get taken down by Ryoma. An Array might be in a bit of trouble as well. Has to use the shift away. The stun will land on to him by Iconic. The ace has come through. And could this be the end of the game, Hawk?
Yeah, the death timers are so long. 25 seconds on Fnatic. Sword down for 30, and that's really your primary wave clear. Teleport coming into the mid lane from the Twisted Fate. Golden Guardians 4 men strong. They might just be able to do it. I'm not so sure, though. The death timers might not be long enough.
3 seconds on Dawnbreak. Fnatic is up in
They're gonna
7.
try.
They will surely get
They're
this
gonna try.
inhibitor turret at the very least. The
10
question
seconds on
is,
Sword.
can GGA end the game? Dawnbreak
7.
is alive, and so is Fnatic. The
So much
Nexus
damage
towers are
these
now
towers.
under fire. Fnatic has to dash forward, has to do something, has to stall at least for a little bit longer. 3-man,
Here comes the
4-man
Galio.
quickness coming in from Dawnbreak, combined with the knockup of
Mutant!
Sword, and 100 next are going to secure their base. They're going to get the double kill onto Sword and let Tony Top Hex use that hook shot away. One more shot will do a triple kill for the Galio, and 100 next stay alive.
Sword respawns with the grand entrance, and 100
die
next
too.
they hold the line as Stixay takes the red buff
just
in front of
Stixay.
the arcane shift. What an incredible team fight. Stixay is the only one alive. Is 100 next now gonna end the game?
They have the death timers, I think. 20 seconds on Ryoma as well as Iconic. It'll have to be Stixay. Has that curtain call
I think they
available,
have
but
it.
doesn't really have the opportunity to use
10
it
seconds
at
on
a very
Iconic.
good spot. Has to wait for the carries. Remember, Iconic is very fed on this Viego sword. Will land a taunt onto Stixay, and I think that might be it. There's the stopwatch. There's the open
100 Next is
Nexus,
gonna take
and
down Golden
100
Guardians Academy.
Thieves next will take the first strike against an Academy team. This Proving Ground split as they will finish the open qualifiers with a 5-0 record.
100 next takes down the #1 seed, the only Academy team in this open qualifier here in the final game of the night. It was Golden Guardians that tried to deliver the final blow. It was Golden Guardians that tried to end the game, but it's 100 next that stands above. They held the line. They won the team fight. They pushed down mid and they ended the game.
We were talking about the trampoline bounce yesterday, Hawk. That was 2 trampolines stacked on top of each other, and you just kept bouncing back and forth between them. What a game that was. 100 Thieves next ended up almost ending the game, and then they almost lost the game, and then they actually ended the game at the end. What a way to close out the open qualifiers here of the Unified Proving Grounds qualifiers. And yeah, now 100 Thieves securing that first seed will have maybe an easier road to get into the next stages as we continue to progress towards the tournament. But Golden Guardians Academy also in a good spot to do well. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is not the last time that we see this matchup this month.
Absolutely not. Entirely possible that was just a preview of the finals. I mean, what an insanely exciting game. It feels weird to say only 35 minutes, but it felt longer to me as we were watching it with how back and forth the game was. It was like watching a tennis match, back and forth, one team after another. But if we look at those damage graphs, it's Sword at the top on the Galio. I said at the beginning of the game, a Galio might not be the champion that you want 3 kills on. Well, I was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it, Hawk. Most damage in the game, beating out poke champions like General Snipers Jace and Erase Ezreal even. Very, very great play coming out of Sword, who, remember, was a sub coming to the first game of the day, replacing Insanity. Obviously going to see much more of Sword later on this season as he will start it off on 100 Thieves Academy and later make his way back to 100 next. But overall, just really great stuff all around, and yeah, definitely big shout out to Sword.
Yeah, and everybody in this game, it felt like, had their moments. You know, Array with the fancy footwork on the Ezreal, doing the damage over the top. Sniper generating so much pressure up there on the top side. Fnatic being there for it with Dawnbreak. And then on the side of Golden Guardians Academy, every step of the way, it felt like they were one step ahead. But when it came down to teamfight execution, 100 Next was right there with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really exciting to see out of a team that,
Absolutely.
of course, was regarded very, very highly. But remember, is still an amateur team, still at that lower tier when you compare it to somebody like Golden Guardians Academy. Obviously, as we get further and further into Proving Grounds and enter the main event where all the Academy teams will be playing against some of the top amateur teams, always expect to see some spice there. But it's exciting that we saw these 2 Titans clash against each other so early on. And I'm just really excited for what's to come.
Definitely. And you know, a lot of times when you see seed against the 2 seed and the 2 seed wins, it's not that much of an upset, right? Like it's hey, they were the 2 favorites. But coming into this tournament, Golden Guardians Academy, I think, was considered by many to be the unanimous favorite for this tournament. They were the Academy team. So don't let the fact that it was a 1 seed against a 2 seed, the 2 favorites, distract from the fact that this was an upset. And it's not that Golden Guardians Academy didn't play at their best. It's just that 100 Next is proving that there is so much talent in North America that these players are up to the task and put on an absolute show today. We got to see them play twice. They went 5-0 here in the Swiss bracket, taking down an incredibly talented Maryville team, taking down the Academy team, taking down Immortals AoE on Unified 2 in absolutely blistering pace. I mean, that is already an incredible resume for the squad.
And we are so excited to continue to see more and more of 100 Thieves next, as well as all the other teams that ended up qualifying at the end of the day here at the Unified Proving Grounds qualifier. 16 are left after we started off with 32. Group stages will start tomorrow as we are just getting started here in the amateur season. And with that, that will be the final time that we'll be here on the broadcast today. Hawk, thank you so much for being alongside me through these open qualifiers. We are going to sign off for now, but there is still another game going on Unified 2, so make sure to go over there and watch that finisher, because it's definitely going to be a good one. With that, we'll say so long and have a wonderful night.